The dream of knowing, a world that begins in the mind. The room is dark, and for a moment, you're not sure if your eyes are open or closed. You feel the edge of the bed beneath you, the faint hum of distant life outside your window, the slow rhythm of your breathing. The world seems still. But then you ask yourself a question you've likely never said aloud. How do you know any of this is real? Is the sound outside proof that the world exists beyond your mind, or only evidence that your mind knows how to create sound? If you were dreaming right now, could you tell the difference? And if you couldn't, does that difference even matter? That's where our story begins. Not in space, not in time, not in the visible world, but in the quiet storm of the mind that wonders about both. In the late 18th century, a quiet man in a small Prussian city, Königsberg, began to write about this very question. His name was Immanuel Kant, and what he proposed was so radical that it forever changed how we think about thinking itself. He wasn't trying to destroy certainty. He was trying to rebuild it from within. Kant lived an ordinary life by every external measure. He rarely traveled. He walked the same path each morning so consistently that people set their clocks by his steps. Yet inside that predictable rhythm, his thoughts unraveled the foundations of reality. He believed that before we could understand the universe, we had to understand the lens through which we see it. Because what if the universe isn't just something we observe, but something we create every time we open our eyes? Take a moment to imagine that. You wake from a dream and assume you've returned to reality. But what makes this waking world any different? Both are experiences. Both are built from sensations, sight, sound, touch, thought. If everything you know of the world comes through your senses, then what lies beyond them? Kant's philosophy begins here, with a paradox so intimate you live inside it. He called it a Copernican revolution in thought. Just as Copernicus discovered that the Earth revolves around the sun, Kant proposed that objects revolve around the mind's perception of them. Reality, he said, doesn't simply pour into us like water filling a glass. Our minds actively shape it, organizing chaos into order, turning raw sensation into coherent experience. You might look around and think the world is solid, external, independent. The trees, the walls, the stars, they feel self-existent. But Kant suggested something astonishing. You never experience the world as it truly is. You experience it only as it appears through the structure of your mind. Think of your perception like a pair of invisible lenses. These lenses aren't made of glass or technology. They're made of the very architecture of human understanding. Space and time, for instance, aren't discovered in the world. They're part of how the mind organizes experience. They're the stage and the sequence through which everything must appear in order to make sense to us. So when you look at the moon, you believe it's out there, drifting through a vast expanse. But according to Kant, out there is already a construction. Distance, shape, size, motion. All of it is filtered through the way your mind translates raw data into something meaningful. You're not seeing the moon in itself, you're seeing the moon as you can see it. This isn't illusion, it's limitation. It's the realization that our access to truth is always framed by perception. What we call reality is like a painting seen through a frosted window. Its colors, its contours, its emotions, all vivid but never entirely clear. And this is where Kant's quiet revolution begins to feel unsettling. Because if we never reach reality itself, then what is it that we're living in? What's beneath this shimmering layer of appearances that feels so real to us? He called that hidden realm the noumenal world, the world as it is in itself, untouched by human perception. And beyond that veil, we cannot go. We live forever within the phenomenal world, the world as it appears to consciousness. We are the authors of its structure, even if we are not the creators of its essence. It's tempting to think of this as pessimistic, as if Kant locked us inside the cage of our minds. But he saw it differently. He believed that recognizing our limits is what makes genuine knowledge possible. Because when you know where you cannot go, you finally begin to understand the territory where truth can live. Take sound, for example. Imagine a violin playing in an empty room. The strings vibrate, air moves, but sound, true sound, exists only when a mind interprets those vibrations. Without consciousness, there's only motion. Without the perceiver, there is no music. In this sense, Kant saw the mind not as a passive receiver of truth, but as a composer, turning vibrations into melody, chaos into coherence. The world you know is not something you merely find. It's something you help compose. But if we are composing reality, what happens to truth itself? If every person's mind is filtering, shaping, and interpreting, then how can we be sure we're seeing the same world at all? Kant wrestled with this too. He believed that because the structures of human understanding are universal, the same categories, the same sense of space, time, and cause, we do share one world, at least in the realm of appearances. Our minds might be isolated, but they're built from the same blueprint. That's why you and I can point to the same tree, hear the same music, feel the same passing of time. It's not the world that's identical, it's our way of processing it. And yet, the mystery lingers. Behind every object, behind every moment, behind even your own sense of self, there is something unseen, something you cannot name or measure or know directly. A world that exists without you, and yet without you could never appear at all. That is the paradox at the heart of Kant's philosophy. We are both imprisoned and empowered by our perception. The limits of our mind are also the conditions that make knowledge possible. The boundary that separates us from the noumenal world is the same one that gives birth to meaning. So the next time you wake from a dream and wonder if this is the real world, remember that Kant might whisper otherwise. He would tell you that both are real in their own way. The dream unfolds in the mind's theater, and the waking world, well, that's another performance upon the same stage. Perhaps reality itself is not something you find outside you. Perhaps it begins quietly, invisibly, within you. And as this thought settles in, take a moment to imagine the world dissolving into pure awareness. The sounds fade, the outlines blur, and all that remains is the simple miracle of perception itself, the silent act of consciousness turning the unknown into the known. The curtain of experience rises and falls endlessly, yet the stage remains. The stage is you. The wall of knowledge, phenomena and noumena. Imagine standing before a great wall made of fog. You can't see what lies beyond it, but you know something must be there, something solid, something real. You stretch your hand forward, and your fingers pass through the mist, feeling nothing. Yet behind that veil, you sense a world that continues whether or not you touch it. Kant believed that this is exactly how we live, not beside a wall of stone, but behind a veil woven by our own minds. To him, all human knowledge begins in experience, yet not all of it arises from experience. Every moment you see, feel, and think passes through the mind's structure before it becomes knowledge. What we experience isn't the raw truth of things. It's the appearance of things shaped by the conditions of perception. These appearances he called phenomena, but behind them, Kant believed, exists another world, a reality untouched by perception, pure and unknowable. He called that hidden realm the noumenal world. It's one of the most haunting ideas in philosophy, that we live surrounded by things we will never truly know. Every object, every sound, every person you've ever met, each is half seen, half felt, forever filtered through the soft machinery of consciousness. When you look at a candle flame, you think you see fire, but what you truly perceive is the light that strikes your eye, interpreted by your mind through the categories of understanding, brightness, warmth, color, motion. The flame itself, the thing in itself, lies forever out of reach. You see only how it appears to you. Kant compared this relationship to wearing tinted lenses you can never remove. Everything you see will carry the hue of the glass. Even if you grow accustomed to it, even if you forget the lens is there, its influence remains. Likewise, The human mind doesn't merely record the world, it conditions it. It organizes chaos into structure, sensation into knowledge, and experience into meaning. The noumenal world is not a different place. It's the same world, but as it exists independently of us. You might think of it as reality's hidden dimension, forever beyond the horizon of perception. We can infer its existence, but we can never know what it's like. For Kant, this wasn't a failure of reason. It was its greatest triumph, because knowing that our knowledge has limits is paradoxically the first step toward wisdom. Take a simple example. When rain falls, you hear its patter against the window. You see the water on the glass. You feel the air grow cold. To you, that is rain. But those sensations are not rain itself. They're translations. The true event, the motion of molecules, the physical reality beyond sense, is invisible to you. You don't experience the world directly. You experience your relationship to it. And yet, this limitation doesn't make experience meaningless. Quite the opposite. It gives birth to beauty, mystery, and wonder. Because if the world were entirely transparent, if we saw it as it truly is, there would be nothing left to question, nothing to imagine. The fog between knowing and being isn't a barrier, it's a mirror, reflecting back the endless curiosity of the human mind. Kant's insight reshaped philosophy forever. He drew a line across the landscape of reason and said, "Here is how far you can go. On this side lies knowledge, mathematics, science, morality, perception, all that the mind can systematize. Beyond this line lies speculation, illusion, faith, and mystery. And though we can never cross that boundary, we can stand at its edge and gaze into the mist." This distinction between phenomena and noumena might seem abstract, but it carries a quiet, emotional weight. It means that, no matter how much we learn, the world will always exceed us. Every explanation, every discovery is a translation, a version of reality dressed in human form. There's always more behind it, more that escapes words and reason. Imagine watching a movie projected on a wall. You see the images, hear the sounds, feel the emotions, but the projector itself remains behind you. The film, the reel, the light source, these are hidden mechanisms of your experience. The world works the same way. We live inside the projection, but the light behind it, what Kant called the thing in itself, remains forever unseen. This realization can be unsettling. If we never touch reality directly, how can we trust what we know? How do we distinguish illusion from truth? Kant answered by shifting the question. Instead of asking whether our knowledge corresponds to reality, he asked how knowledge is possible at all. And from that question, he built his entire system of thought. Knowledge, for him, isn't a mirror of the world. It's a structure we build within it. We know things as they appear to us, not as they exist independently. That might sound like confinement, but it's actually freedom. Because if we help create the order of experience, then the universe isn't merely happening to us, we're participating in its creation. And yet, there's a kind of humility in Kant's vision. No matter how far reason extends, there will always be something beyond it, something that humbles the intellect. The scientist can measure the movement of planets, but not the essence of motion itself. The artist can paint the beauty of a sunset, but not the thing that beauty truly is. The lover can feel connection, but never grasp the true nature of another soul. This distance between us and the world is both tragedy and grace. It means we can never possess reality, but we can forever pursue it. Each act of perception becomes a dialogue between the known and the unknown, a whisper from the noumenal world translated through the fragile instrument of the mind. Kant believed that this veil of appearance is not deception but mercy. If we could see the world as it truly is, in all its raw, unfiltered complexity, our minds would shatter beneath its weight. The world we experience is a version adapted to our consciousness, an interface designed for understanding, not absolute truth. You could think of it as the difference between the code that runs a computer and the screen you see. The code, the noumenal realm, is incomprehensible in its raw form. The interface, the phenomenal world, is the translation that allows interaction, feeling, and thought. Perhaps that's what makes Kant's idea so strangely comforting. It reminds us that reality is not lost. It's simply dressed for our comprehension. The fog that hides the world's essence also makes it bearable, livable, and endlessly mysterious. So when you walk outside and feel the wind, you're not merely sensing air in motion. You're encountering an echo, a translation between two realms, the world as it is and the world as it appears. Between those two lies everything we call human experience: art, science, morality, love, wonder. Kant didn't try to tear down the wall of knowledge. He wanted us to understand it, to see that our limitations are the very structure that gives experience its shape. Without the wall, there would be no reflection. Without the boundary, there would be no understanding. And maybe that's the quiet wisdom he offers, that the most profound truths aren't the ones we conquer, but the ones we learn to live beside. Because behind the wall, beyond the fog, the unknown remains not as a void, but as a promise that reality is larger than we can ever hold. The lens of perception, the mind as architect. Close your eyes for a moment and picture a world stripped of all familiar form. No colors, no sounds, no distance, only a chaotic blur of sensations. Now imagine a mind awakening in the midst of that chaos, trying to make sense of it. It begins to separate light from shadow, motion from stillness, near from far. Slowly, what was once noise becomes pattern. From the storm of the unknown, order emerges. That act, the transformation of chaos into experience, is what Kant believed defines us as conscious beings. We don't simply see the world, we shape it. This was the heart of Kant's revelation, that the mind is not a passive mirror reflecting reality. It's an architect, building it, not brick by brick, but perception by perception. Every law of nature, every boundary of space, every tick of time exists for us only because our minds construct them as conditions of experience. To him, reality as we know it isn't something waiting outside. It's something born in the encounter between the world and the mind. Without a perceiving consciousness, space and time are meaningless. They are not things in themselves, but frameworks that give experience its structure. The universe, in a way, is the mind's grand projection, its quiet masterpiece of understanding. Think about what that means. The stars you see at night, scattered like frozen sparks across the dark, are not things you perceive directly. What reaches you are fragments of light, shaped by distance, interpreted through your brain, translated through the lens of your mind. The very idea of distance is a mental construction, a way your mind organizes those impressions so that they appear coherent. In Kant's language, these innate patterns are what make experience possible. The mind carries within it the rules that reality must obey for us to perceive it at all. We never encounter a raw world. We encounter one already arranged into space, ordered in time, governed by cause and effect. These are not discoveries of experience. They are the scaffolding that holds experience together. To illustrate, imagine an artist painting a landscape. The paint and brush are external materials, but the perspective, the symmetry, the interpretation, those come from the artist. The mind, for Kant, is that artist. Sensation provides the raw color, but it is thought that arranges the lines and defines the depth. The result is not an imitation of the world, but a creation that makes it intelligible. And yet, this realization introduces a quiet disquiet. If the world we know is constructed by our perception, then what lies beyond it? Is there a reality unfiltered by thought? Kant would say yes, but it's one we can never reach. What we experience is not the world as it is, but the world as it appears to us through the architecture of understanding. This is why he spoke of the mind as both the key and the cage. It opens the door to knowledge but also locks us inside the realm of appearances. We are trapped in our own brilliance, confined by the very light that allows us to see. You can sense this paradox when you try to imagine a world without you in it, not as a concept, but as an actual perception. You can't. Every thought, every mental image already assumes a viewer, a center, a self. Even when we dream of emptiness, we are the silent observer of that dream. The universe in our experience is always arranged around awareness. And yet, far from making the world smaller, Kant's insight makes it deeper. Because if the mind is the architect, then reality isn't a foreign thing we must conquer. It's something we co-create every moment we exist. The sky becomes more than atmosphere. It becomes the symbol of our capacity to imagine infinity. The flow of time becomes more than passing seconds. It becomes the rhythm of thought itself. Take sound, for example. When you hear a melody, your mind doesn't perceive a series of isolated notes. It organizes them into sequence, harmony, and pattern. You don't hear the physical vibrations. You hear the form they take within you. That's why two people can listen to the same song and feel entirely different emotions. The world delivers the signals, but the mind orchestrates the experience. Kant called this interplay between sensation and understanding the transcendental synthesis. It's the mind's invisible craftsmanship, its way of weaving impressions into the seamless fabric of consciousness. The moment you recognize a cause, trace a sequence, or see one thing as related to another, you are watching this process at work. But if our perception builds the world we live in, then what happens to objectivity? Does truth dissolve into perspective? Not for Kant. He believed that the structures shaping experience, space, time, causality, are the same for all rational beings. They are universal blueprints, shared across minds. It's why we can agree that 2 plus 2 makes 4, or that a falling stone obeys gravity. These laws are not discovered in nature. They are discovered in ourselves. And still, something unsettling lingers beneath that harmony. Because if the mind constructs the world, then what we call the external might just be an elaborate interior, an echo chamber of consciousness, vast enough to feel infinite. It's as if each of us walks through a mansion built from perception, mistaking its rooms for the universe itself. This is what makes Kant both liberating and humbling. He tells us that meaning, order, and even beauty do not wait for us to find them. They arise when consciousness meets existence. We are the interpreters of being, translating the unknown into experience, and yet we are also bound by those very translations. We can never step outside the lens to see the world as it truly is. Imagine looking at a stained glass window in a cathedral. The sunlight streaming through paints the floor in color, bathing everything in beauty. But you never see the light in its pure form. You see it only through the glass that shapes it. The colors are not in the light. They are in the meeting of light and form. That in essence is Kant's universe, a dance between illumination and limitation, between what is given and what is created. And so, every experience becomes a quiet act of construction. When you look at another person, you don't see their inner world. You perceive patterns of movement, tone, and expression, and your mind translates them into meaning. You create coherence from fragments, presence from appearance. Reality as you live it is an unending synthesis of what's outside and what's within. Kant once wrote that the mind is like a lawgiver standing before nature, commanding it to follow its rules. But the image can be softened. The mind isn't a ruler, it's a translator, endlessly converting the infinite into something it can hold. In that process, existence becomes intelligible and experience becomes possible. Perhaps that's why Kant's vision still resonates. It offers a way to live with mystery without collapsing into despair. The unknown doesn't mean the meaningless. It means the infinite hidden within the finite. The world we see isn't false. It's simply the visible face of something larger than we can comprehend. So when you open your eyes each morning and light pours in, remember that what you see is not the world revealed, but the world created anew. Every color, every sound, every heartbeat is the mind's signature upon the universe. Reality is not just something we perceive, it's something we help bring into focus. And somewhere beyond that lens, the world as it is waits in silence, untouched, unknowable, yet forever reflected in the shimmering architecture of thought. The synthetic a priori, knowing before experience. There's a strange kind of knowledge that lives in the quiet space between intuition and reason, a knowledge we never seem to learn, yet somehow always know. When you look at two parallel lines, you already understand they'll never meet, even if you've never drawn them across a page. When you drop a stone, you expect it to fall, not because you've been told to, but because the world must behave that way for it to make sense at all. Kant believed this hidden layer of understanding. The mind's silent grammar is what makes knowledge possible before experience. He called it synthetic, a priori knowledge. The phrase sounds cold, technical, even lifeless. But beneath it lies one of the most beautiful and daring ideas in all of philosophy, that the mind comes into the world not empty, but already carrying the keys to unlock it. Kant noticed something that had puzzled philosophers for centuries. Some knowledge seems to depend entirely on experience. You know that fire burns because you've felt its heat. But other kinds of knowledge seem to exist before any experience begins. You don't have to test every triangle to know that its angles will always add up to 180 degrees. You don't have to measure every event in the universe to know that every effect must have a cause. These truths don't come from the outside world. They rise from within the structure of thought itself. Before Kant, many philosophers divided knowledge into two camps, analytic and synthetic. Analytic truths are self-contained, like all bachelors are unmarried. Their truth is built into their meaning. Synthetic truths, on the other hand, go beyond definition, like the window is open or the sea is calm. They tell us something new about the world. But here's the puzzle. Some statements, Kant realized, are both synthetic and known before experience. They add new knowledge to the world, yet they come from the mind itself. He saw them as the deep architecture that allows us to interpret reality at all, the unseen framework without which no experience could exist. Take mathematics, for instance. When you think of 7 plus 5 equals 12, you're not just rearranging definitions. You're joining two concepts and producing a new understanding. It's synthetic because it extends knowledge, and yet it's known a priori before any experiment or observation. You don't need to count physical apples to know that 7 plus 5 makes 12. The truth is already built into the way your mind organizes quantity, sequence, and number. This might sound abstract, but its implications are enormous. It means that human reason is not merely reactive, it's generative. We don't just receive the world like passive observers, we contribute to its intelligibility. We impose laws upon chaos. We project structure onto experience. The universe, as we know it, follows the rules written in the quiet depths of the mind. Kant compared this to wearing glasses with invisible lenses. These lenses filter everything we see, but because we've never looked without them, we assume the world simply is that way. Space and time are two of those lenses, forms of intuition that structure all experience. Every event we witness must appear in space. Every change must unfold in time. These aren't facts about the universe. They're the conditions that make a universe visible to us at all. The synthetic a priori truths are the grammar of that vision, the deep syntax of existence. They govern causality, continuity, mathematics, and logic itself. Without them, the world would be an unrecognizable blur of sensation. But Kant's insight wasn't just about how we know. It was about what it means to be conscious. To him, this inner grammar shows that the human mind participates in the creation of meaning. It's not a blank canvas waiting for the world to paint upon. It's a co-creator, building the framework through which all colors take shape. Think of it like this. The senses deliver the raw materials of perception, the sound of rain, the warmth of sunlight, the weight of a thought, and reason arranges them into order. The mind doesn't invent the world, but it composes it into coherence. And the rules that make that composition possible, those are the synthetic a priori. Consider cause and effect. You've never seen causation itself. You've seen one event followed by another, a pattern repeated over time, but the connection between them, the invisible law that says one must follow the other, isn't something you observe. It's something your mind supplies instinctively and universally. The idea that every effect must have a cause isn't drawn from the world. It's the lens through which the world becomes intelligible. For Kant, this discovery changed everything. It meant that science, mathematics, and morality weren't floating in uncertainty. They were grounded in the very nature of human cognition. The order of the universe isn't merely observed by us. It's experienced through the form of our understanding. And yet, there's something quietly humbling in this realization. If the mind gives structure to reality, then our truths are, in a sense, reflections of our own design. The order we find in the cosmos is partly our own fingerprint upon it. The laws of reason we discover are the same laws that make reason possible. The universe seems to echo our thinking, not because it speaks our language, but because we can't hear it in any other. You might wonder what lies beyond this. What kind of knowledge could exist outside the boundaries of space, time, and causality? Kant would say that we cannot even imagine it. Every attempt to think beyond those forms collapses into contradiction because they are the very tools by which thinking happens. The synthetic a priori is the floor beneath our steps. To ask what lies beneath it is to step into air. But perhaps that's what makes Kant's philosophy so profound. It doesn't destroy mystery. It illuminates where mystery begins. It shows us the edge of knowledge, not as a wall, but as a horizon. Beyond it lies the noumenal world, unreachable yet ever-present, the whisper of what exists outside human understanding. And yet, within that horizon, Kant saw something deeply optimistic. If the mind contains the structures that make knowledge possible, then we are, in a way, participants in the rational design of the universe. The same logic that orders the stars, the same geometry that governs motion, the same law that binds cause to effect, all of it flows through us. We are not strangers to reason. We are its living embodiment. The next time you solve a simple equation, trace the path of a falling leaf, or feel the inevitability of a moment, consider that you're not just witnessing order, you're recognizing something that was always there inside you. The world reflects your mind, and your mind reflects the world. Between the two lies the silent symmetry of understanding, a bridge built not from stone or faith, but from the very act of knowing itself. And as you drift deeper into this thought, remember the world does not wait to reveal its truth. It unfolds as you perceive it, shaped by the grammar of consciousness, written in the language of reason. What you know before experience is not illusion. It's the light that makes experience possible at all. The limits of reason, when the mind outruns itself. There's a peculiar kind of beauty in standing at the edge of what can be known. It's the same feeling you get when looking out over an ocean at night, vast, endless, and humbling. You sense that beyond the horizon lies something immense, yet unreachable. Immanuel Kant lived much of his philosophical life staring into that horizon. His entire project, his critique of pure reason, was an attempt to map the boundaries of human understanding, not to restrict thought, but to protect it from its own illusions. He believed that reason, like a bird, sometimes flies too far, soaring into clouds of speculation where the air becomes too thin to breathe. In its desire to know everything, reason forgets its limits. It begins to chase questions that can never be answered. Does the universe have a beginning? Is the soul immortal? Does God exist? What is the ultimate nature of reality? These aren't meaningless questions, but they belong to a realm beyond the reach of experience. And without experience, Kant argued, knowledge dissolves into illusion. To him, reason is a tool of extraordinary power. It can measure the stars, decode the laws of motion, and illuminate the structure of morality. But when it tries to step outside the framework of perception, when it attempts to grasp the thing in itself, the world as it exists beyond appearances, it becomes lost in contradiction. Like a mirror trying to reflect itself, it collapses inward, confused by its own reflection. Kant didn't see this as failure. He saw it as the natural consequence of human curiosity. The mind's longing to touch the infinite. We're wired to seek the unseeable. Our thoughts reach toward what our senses cannot confirm. But that longing, he warned, must be tempered with humility. Without limits, reason turns from light into shadow. He called the illusions that arise from this overreaching transcendental ideas. They are the mind's attempt to make total sense of the universe by imagining an ultimate cause, a final unity, a perfect being. These ideas are necessary, he said, but not for knowledge. They serve another purpose. They guide our inquiry, giving thought direction and coherence. Even though they can never be proven true, they are the constellations of philosophy, beautiful, orienting, but forever distant. Imagine reason as a ship sailing across an infinite sea. The stars above, the transcendental ideas, help it navigate, but they can never be reached. If the ship mistakes them for destinations rather than guides, it drifts into confusion and despair. Kant's genius was to show that we must sail by these stars, not to them. Take the question of the universe's beginning. If you say it had a first moment, then you must ask what came before that, and if you say it stretches back infinitely, then you face another problem. How could an infinite past ever arrive at the present? Both positions are rational, yet both collapse into paradox. Kant called these contradictions antinomies, proof that reason, when detached from experience, begins to consume itself. And yet, this isn't a hopeless vision. In recognizing its limits, the mind doesn't lose its dignity, it gains it. Kant's philosophy teaches that boundaries aren't prisons, they're conditions of clarity. To know where knowledge ends is to finally see where meaning begins. Beyond the horizon of reason lies not chaos, but the quiet acknowledgement that not everything can be reduced to logic. This realization changes the way we see truth. Instead of treating it as something we must conquer, some absolute we must seize, we begin to approach it as something to harmonize with. Reason, like light, illuminates only so far. Beyond that distance lies the soft twilight of mystery, where faith, art, and moral intuition take over. Kant's insight was not the death of metaphysics, but its purification. He didn't want to banish questions about God, the soul, or freedom. He wanted to show that they belong not to the realm of knowledge, but to the realm of belief and moral necessity. We can't prove that the soul is immortal, but we can live as if our actions have eternal significance. We can't demonstrate God's existence through logic, but we can act as if moral order is woven into the universe. To him, this was not a weakness. It was the foundation of human dignity. Reason must know its own limits so that faith, morality, and imagination can take their rightful place. Without boundaries, thought becomes arrogance. With them, it becomes wisdom. Kant once described reason as a restless traveler who refuses to remain confined within the borders of experience. Even when every path has been explored, it still asks what lies beyond the map. And though that question will never be answered, it's precisely what makes us human, the desire to understand what cannot be understood. Take a moment to feel that longing, the pull towards something greater, something invisible, something that doesn't fit neatly into equations or definitions. It's not an error in thinking. It's the quiet heartbeat of consciousness. We reach beyond because we must, and yet Kant reminds us that there's beauty in not knowing. There's peace in standing before the vastness and accepting that part of it will always remain hidden. The mind, in its humility, finds stillness there. When reason stops trying to conquer the infinite, it learns to dwell beside it. This is the turning point of Kant's philosophy, the moment when the pursuit of knowledge transforms into the love of wisdom. It's a call to balance, to let reason light the path without demanding it reveal the destination. The mind's task is not to dissolve mystery, but to make its contours visible, to draw the line where understanding ends and wonder begins. Think of standing at the edge of a forest at dusk. The trees fade into darkness, the air cools, and your vision blurs. You can't see what lies beyond the tree line, but you know something is there. You feel its presence without needing to name it. That is what Kant means by the limits of reason. Beyond the glow of the known stretches the infinite depth of the unknowable, and the two together make a whole. Perhaps that's why his philosophy feels both rational and deeply spiritual. He invites us to explore, to question, to measure, but also to pause, to revere, to rest, to understand that not everything meaningful can be captured in a concept. Some truths exist only in the silence where thought bows to mystery. So when you find yourself chasing answers that dissolve the closer you get, when logic circles back upon itself and questions echo without end, remember this: the limit you've reached isn't failure. It's the outline of infinity drawn in the shape of human understanding. And within that boundary lies the wonder of being alive, the awareness of what we can know, and the humility to accept what we cannot. The two worlds problem: knowledge versus belief. Picture a candle burning in a silent room. Its light dances against the walls, illuminating everything around it except itself. The flame's glow defines what can be seen, yet its own source remains untouchable, too bright and too fragile to grasp. Kant believed human reason works the same way. It casts light on the world of experience, revealing patterns, causes, and laws. But beyond that light lies a darkness reason cannot penetrate. And in that darkness, he said, lives another kind of truth, one we do not know, but must believe. This is the tension at the heart of Kant's philosophy, the eternal divide between the world we understand through knowledge and the one we apprehend through faith, between what can be proven and what must be lived. For Kant, the first world is governed by the intellect. It's the realm of phenomena, everything that appears within the boundaries of space, time, and causality. Here, reason reigns supreme. It measures the heavens, predicts the tides, and discovers the laws that hold the cosmos together. In this world, everything has a cause, everything follows necessity, and everything that exists can, in principle, be explained. But the second world, the noumenal world, as he called it, cannot be measured or mapped. It is the world as it is in itself, beyond perception, beyond understanding. It's not the world of what appears, but of what is. In that realm, cause and effect dissolve, and necessity gives way to freedom. There, the soul exists not as an object, but as a moral being. God, immortality, the afterlife, these belong to the noumenal world, unreachable by logic, yet indispensable to meaning. Kant did not divide these two worlds to diminish one or exalt the other. He did it to keep both alive, because without the world of knowledge, we fall into superstition, and without the world of belief, we fall into despair. One gives us structure, the other gives us purpose. It's an uneasy balance. Science tells us how things are. Religion, morality, and inner conviction tell us how things ought to be. The first describes, the second prescribes. The first is bound by the senses. The second begins where the senses end. And yet, they coexist within us, two voices in the same mind, sometimes in harmony, sometimes at war. Kant's insight was to show that neither can silence the other. Reason, no matter how powerful, cannot erase the human need to believe, and faith, no matter how sincere, cannot replace the rigor of knowledge. The two must exist in tension, a tension that defines the human condition itself. Think of how this plays out in daily life. You can analyze love scientifically, measure the hormones, track the neural responses, dissect the evolutionary advantages, but none of that captures love as you live it. The experience itself, its warmth, its ache, its meaning, belongs to another order of understanding. To reduce it to biology is to explain it away, but to leave it unexamined is to risk delusion. Between these two approaches lies the wisdom Kant sought: reason without arrogance, faith without blindness. He saw human life as unfolding in both dimensions at once. We act within the phenomenal world, bound by laws of cause and effect, yet we also believe ourselves to be free, capable of choosing, of rising above instinct and compulsion. This belief, though unprovable, is essential to morality. If freedom were an illusion, then so would be responsibility. And without responsibility, ethics collapses. That's why Kant drew his famous line between knowing and believing. We can't know that we are free, but we must act as though we are. We can't prove that God exists, but we must live as if moral order is real. These are not empirical truths. They are conditions for meaning. Without them, life becomes mechanical, a sequence of causes with no why behind the how. It's tempting in our age to side with one world over the other, to worship science as the only source of truth, or to retreat into belief and reject reason's boundaries. But Kant reminds us that the human mind was never meant to live entirely in one realm. The world of knowledge gives us power, but it cannot tell us what to do with that power. The world of belief gives us values, but it cannot explain the mechanism of the stars. We need both to remain whole. There's something profoundly humble about this vision. Kant didn't claim to know what lies beyond the veil. He only insisted that the veil exists, that between appearance and reality, between the measurable and the meaningful, there is a sacred boundary. It's not a flaw in human understanding. It's its finest feature. It keeps us from mistaking information for wisdom or certainty for truth. You could say that Kant's entire philosophy is an act of reverence for mystery. He gave reason its throne, but forced it to kneel before what it cannot know. In doing so, he built a philosophy that leaves room for both the scientist and the mystic, the skeptic and the believer. Because, in the end, we are all both. When you walk beneath the stars, you can admire the mathematics that predict their motion and still feel awe at the silence they keep. You can understand the mechanisms of life and still tremble before its fragility. You can explain why a sunset happens and still feel something sacred when it does. The two worlds, knowledge and belief, don't cancel each other out. They complete each other. And perhaps that's what Kant was really pointing toward, that truth is not divided. Only our ways of perceiving it are. The world of knowledge is the part of the infinite that we can measure. The world of belief is the infinite itself, the part that remains beyond all measuring. Together they form the full spectrum of human awareness, the light and the mystery, the seen and the unseen, the mind and the soul. So when you find yourself caught between reason and faith, between doubt and wonder, remember this: both are reflections of the same light. One illuminates what can be known, the other keeps alive what must never be forgotten. The candle burns, its flame bright but finite, surrounded by the darkness that makes its glow visible. And perhaps that's Kant's quiet message, that knowledge and belief, like light and shadow, exist not in conflict, but in balance. The moral law within the voice no one escapes. There's a silence deeper than sleep, the kind that settles when you're alone with your thoughts. No sound, no movement, only the faint hum of awareness. And in that silence, sometimes something speaks. Not in words, not in sound, but in an unmistakable feeling, a quiet insistence that you know what you ought to do, even when no one is watching. Kant called that inner whisper the moral law within, and he believed it was the most profound evidence of human dignity. He once wrote that two things filled his mind with wonder: the starry heavens above and the moral law within. The heavens remind us of our smallness. The moral law reminds us of our greatness. One reveals our place in the vast machinery of nature. The other reveals that we are not merely part of it. For Kant, this moral law wasn't something taught by religion, government, or culture. It was something inherent, something that lived within every rational being. It didn't shout or threaten. It compelled by its own quiet authority. It's that feeling you recognize when you're faced with a choice that tests your integrity. The moment where convenience pulls one way, but conscience another. You can argue, justify, or delay, but you already know what's right. That knowledge, Kant said, doesn't come from experience. It comes from reason itself. Just as the mind imposes structure on the physical world, it also imposes structure on the moral one. We don't discover morality by observing what others do. We create it through the logic of what we ought to do. He called this the categorical imperative, a principle that doesn't depend on circumstance or desire. It's not "be honest if it benefits you" or help others when it's convenient. It's act only according to that maxim, which you could will to become a universal law. In other words, before you act, ask yourself, could everyone act this way, and would the world still make sense? It's simple, but devastatingly powerful. Imagine lying to someone to protect your pride. If everyone did that, truth would lose meaning. Promises, trust, even language itself would collapse. The moral law within reminds us that our actions don't exist in isolation. Each choice echoes into the fabric of humanity. Kant's moral philosophy can feel cold at first, so rational, so uncompromising. But beneath it lies something profoundly human. He believed morality isn't about emotion or reward, it's about respect for others, for reason, for the dignity that binds us all. Every person, he said, must be treated as an end in themselves, never merely as a means to an end. No one exists to be used, not for profit, pleasure, or convenience. Each consciousness is sacred, a mirror of reason itself. This idea reshaped ethics forever. It made morality not about divine command or social custom, but about autonomy, the freedom to choose rightly because reason demands it. To obey the moral law is not to submit to an external power, it's to recognize your own. Yet Kant knew this freedom was difficult. Acting morally isn't always rewarded. Sometimes it isolates you, costs you comfort, even safety. But that's precisely what gives moral action its worth. If virtue were easy, it would be instinct. If it were rewarded, it would be transaction. Morality, for Kant, begins where self-interest ends. Think of a traveler on a lonely road who sees someone in need. No one is around to witness what they do. There's no fear of punishment, no hope of praise, only the quiet awareness of the right thing to do. The choice that follows, made in solitude and guided by reason alone, is the purest expression of moral freedom. This is what Kant meant by the moral law within. It's not external enforcement, it's inner legislation. The mind, through its rational nature, gives itself the law it must obey. And because it comes from within, it binds universally. To act morally is to act as a citizen of a higher order, a kingdom of ends, as he called it, where every rational being is both ruler and subject under the same law of respect. This vision is deeply dignified, but it's also demanding. It requires that we rise above instinct, emotion, and convenience. It asks us to act not because of what we want, but because of what we know is right. And that distinction between acting from duty and acting merely in accordance with duty is the heart of moral worth. A person who helps others for praise acts rightly, but not morally. A person who helps out of duty, because it's the right thing to do, even without recognition, acts from the moral law itself. Kant's world was filled with rules, but his philosophy wasn't about obedience. It was about respect for reason as the source of moral order. He believed that in each person there's something beyond price, a spark of rational will that can rise above inclination. That, he said, is what gives humanity its unique value. The universe may be governed by physical laws, but we alone can choose which laws to live by. And yet, there's something beautifully tragic in Kant's moral vision. The moral law demands perfection, but we are imperfect. We know what we ought to do, but we don't always do it. We stumble, we rationalize, we fail. And still, that voice persists, quiet, unyielding, always calling us back to the path of duty. It doesn't condemn, it reminds. It's the compass that never breaks, even when we lose our way. For Kant, that persistence was itself proof of something divine, not in a religious sense, but in a moral one. The presence of the moral law within us hints at a higher dimension of existence, one that transcends the physical. It's as if reason itself whispers of another world, a world where the good and the real finally converge. So when you feel that inner pull, the hesitation before a choice, the pang of conscience, the quiet relief of having done the right thing, even when no one saw, it's not superstition or guilt, It's the deepest expression of what it means to be human. It's the moral law speaking through you, as old as time and as intimate as breath. Kant believed that following this inner law is the truest form of freedom. To act morally is not to be constrained. It's to align with reason's highest demand, to become the author of your own moral universe. You are both legislator and subject, both the light and the one illuminated by it. And maybe that's why he found as much wonder in the moral law as in the stars. The heavens show us the vastness of creation, but the moral law shows us that within that vastness there is meaning. We are not lost atoms drifting through indifference. We are minds capable of recognizing right from wrong, of acting with purpose, of bringing order where chaos could have been. As you think of that, of the quiet law that lives in you, notice how it feels not like a command, but like an invitation, a call to dignity, to coherence, to truth. The universe outside may follow necessity, but within you, something remains free, something that chooses not because it must, but because it ought. Freedom and necessity, the paradox of the will. There's a storm outside, the kind that makes the air feel heavy before it breaks. Thunder moves across the distance, slow and deliberate, and for a moment, everything seems suspended, caught between stillness and movement. That's what freedom feels like in Kant's philosophy. Not chaos, not the absence of order, but a quiet moment between forces, a tension between necessity and choice. Kant saw human freedom as one of the greatest paradoxes in all of philosophy. On the one hand, we live in a universe governed by immutable laws. Every motion, every decision, every heartbeat can, in theory, be traced back to a cause. Nature follows patterns so precise that planets move like clockwork. And yet, in the same world of causality, we experience something that doesn't fit, an undeniable sense that we can choose, that our will somehow stands apart from the machinery of nature. How can both be true? How can we belong to a world of necessity and still act as if we are free? Kant believed that this question sits at the heart of moral life, because if every action we take is determined by prior causes, by biology, upbringing, desire, then morality would be meaningless. To praise, blame, or hold someone accountable presupposes that they could have done otherwise. Freedom, then, isn't just a philosophical curiosity, it's the foundation of ethics. And yet, freedom is invisible. We can't point to it, measure it, or prove it empirically. Every time we act, the natural world seems to unfold as it always does, in strict accordance with cause and effect. For Kant, that means that freedom can't exist within the phenomenal world, the world of appearances and physical law. It must belong to another realm entirely, the noumenal world, the domain of things as they are in themselves. In that invisible dimension, he said, we are not just objects to be studied. We are subjects who act. The body belongs to nature, but the will belongs to reason. And when we act from reason, not impulse or desire, we participate in a different kind of causality altogether, a causality of freedom. It's a subtle but extraordinary claim. Kant didn't deny that our actions can be explained in terms of psychology or physics. He simply insisted that those explanations don't reach the whole truth. When you decide to keep a promise, or resist temptation, or tell the truth despite the cost, you're not merely reacting to external causes. You're asserting your autonomy, the ability of the rational self to initiate action from within. Freedom, then, is not the ability to do whatever you want. It's the ability to act according to a law you give yourself, a moral law rooted in reason. True freedom isn't lawlessness, it's self-legislation. It's the will aligning with what reason recognizes as right. That's why for Kant, freedom and morality are inseparable. To be free is to be moral, and to be moral is to be free. The person who follows their impulses is enslaved by them. The one who acts from duty, even against inclination, is liberated. Because in that act of moral choice, reason asserts itself over nature. The will becomes its own cause, a moment of pure autonomy within the web of necessity. It's a beautiful idea, but also a difficult one. Because if freedom exists only in the noumenal world, beyond time, beyond cause, then how can it affect what happens here, in the world of phenomena? How does something timeless move the hand, shape the word, alter the course of history? Kant knew this question could never be fully answered. The bridge between the two worlds remains invisible, and yet we experience its crossing every time we act from conscience. Perhaps freedom is like light, something that cannot be seen directly, but reveals everything it touches. We don't see the act of freedom itself. We see its expression in the choices that defy instinct, fear, or habit. When someone refuses to betray their principles, even at great cost, we witness a glimpse of that deeper realm. It's as if, for a moment, eternity touches time. This view of freedom makes human life both fragile and sacred. We are creatures of flesh and motion, yet capable of transcending the chains of causality through thought. Every moral decision becomes a quiet rebellion against determinism, a declaration that the human spirit cannot be reduced to physics. And yet, Kant's freedom isn't romantic in the way later philosophers imagined it. It's not the wild, unrestrained freedom of doing whatever one pleases. It's a disciplined freedom, guided by reason, illuminated by duty. Freedom without moral law, he said, is not freedom at all. It's chaos disguised as choice. To live freely, in the Kantian sense, is to rise above the push and pull of desire, to act not from what you want, but from what you ought. That small shift, from inclination to principle, transforms a life of reaction into one of authorship. It's the moment when the self stops being a product of circumstance and becomes its own cause. Think of the world as a vast mechanical symphony, every atom moving according to the laws of nature, every creature driven by instinct. Somewhere in that harmony, one note breaks away. It doesn't clash, it creates a new melody, one that wasn't dictated by the original composition. That's freedom, not the rejection of law, but the introduction of a new one, the law of moral will. But freedom also comes with a burden. To act autonomously is to accept responsibility. You can no longer hide behind excuses, instincts, or conditions. You are the author and therefore accountable for what you write into the world. This is why Kant saw freedom not as pleasure, but as duty. The moment you recognize yourself as free, you also recognize yourself as bound to reason, to morality, to the universal law that lives within you. In this sense, freedom is not comforting. It's awe-inspiring, even frightening, because it means that beneath the predictable patterns of nature, there exists a will capable of creation, and that will is yours. It's easy to see why Kant's philosophy still feels so relevant today. In a world increasingly explained by data, biology, and algorithms, the idea of true freedom can seem like an illusion. But Kant reminds us that even if every external behavior could one day be predicted, the meaning of that behavior, the moral decision within it, cannot. Freedom is not a fact in the world. It's the condition that makes moral life possible. And so we live between two orders of existence, the causal and the moral, the determined and the free. We walk within nature's laws, yet carry within us a power that transcends them. The storm of necessity surrounds us, but in the calm center, the will stands still, choosing its own direction. That's the paradox Kant leaves us with: the mind, as both product of the world and author of it. The self as both creature of necessity and creator of freedom. We are threads in the tapestry of cause and effect, but the pattern changes every time we act from reason rather than impulse. Perhaps that's what makes us human. Not that we are free from law, but that we can freely choose to obey a higher one. The moral law doesn't bind us. It reveals the kind of beings we are meant to become. As the thunder fades into silence, imagine that moment before the next strike, the stillness between necessity and will. In that pause lives everything that makes us more than matter. It's where reason whispers its command, and the heart, for once, listens. The kingdom of ends, seeing others as sacred. Imagine walking through a crowded street at dusk. People rush past you in every direction, voices overlapping, lights flickering against the wet pavement. Each face you see carries a private world of thoughts, fears, memories, and desires. Yet most of the time, we don't stop to notice. We treat others as background, figures in the landscape of our own concerns. But what if, Kant asks, every single one of those lives holds infinite worth? What if morality begins the moment we recognize that other people are not instruments for our goals, but ends in themselves, each one a center of meaning equal to our own? That idea, to Kant, was not a moral suggestion. It was the foundation of ethics itself. He called it the kingdom of ends, a world imagined not as it is, but as it ought to be. In that world, every rational being acts according to laws they could will for all, and every person is treated not as a means to someone else's desire, but as a purpose in their own right. This vision begins with a simple but radical shift in how we see others. In the ordinary world, relationships are often transactional. We help when it benefits us, listen when it suits us, and seek companionship to fulfill our needs. But Kant believed morality requires us to see beyond use, to look at another person and recognize an inherent dignity that cannot be measured or traded. This dignity doesn't come from what people achieve, possess, or contribute. It comes from what they are: rational beings capable of moral law, capable of acting from principle rather than instinct. In the kingdom of ends, every person is both ruler and subject, both legislator and citizen of a moral order created by reason itself. It's not a monarchy or a utopia, it's a moral republic, invisible but universal. When you act from duty, you legislate not just for yourself, but for all rational beings. Your choices ripple outward, shaping the moral atmosphere others live in. To treat one person as expendable is to weaken the foundation of that invisible kingdom. To treat one with respect is to strengthen it. Kant's idea might sound abstract, but its consequences reach into every human encounter. Think of a small lie told to spare yourself trouble. It seems harmless, even practical. But if you step back, you realize that such an act assumes others exist for your convenience, that their right to truth can be bent to your needs. Multiply that reasoning by millions, and society dissolves into manipulation and mistrust. The kingdom of ends begins to collapse. But when you act truthfully, not because it serves you, but because you recognize truth as a duty owed to another rational being, you affirm their dignity and your own. For Kant, morality is never about calculation. It's about recognition. To respect another person is to acknowledge that they are not a tool for your purpose, but a co-author of moral reality. This is what separates Kant's ethics from systems built on outcomes. For him, the worth of an action lies not in its result, but in its motive. A good deed done for gain or reputation may benefit others, but it carries no moral worth. Only when the action springs from reverence for duty, when you act not because you want to, but because reason commands it, does it become moral. In that moment, the will aligns with the moral law, and you become a citizen of the kingdom of ends. It's a demanding vision, almost impossibly pure. Kant doesn't allow shortcuts. He rejects the idea that the ends can justify the means, no matter how noble the goal. To use another person, even for what seems a greater good, is to step outside morality itself. Because in doing so, you deny their status as an autonomous being, you reduce them to an instrument, and once that logic begins, nothing sacred remains. Yet, this isn't a philosophy of cold duty. Beneath its strictness lies deep compassion. The moral law may not come from emotion, but it protects emotion's highest expression, respect. Kant's ethics is built not on sentiment, but on reverence for rational life. To act morally is to honor the miracle that others like you contain a universe of thought and freedom within them. He saw this moral respect as the truest form of love, not love as passion, which rises and fades, but love as will, a constant choice to regard others as ends, to recognize their freedom as equal to yours. When you refuse to lie, cheat, or manipulate, you express this kind of love, not through feeling, but through fidelity to reason's highest demand. that all persons are sacred. Imagine what the world would look like if this principle guided every action. No one would deceive to gain advantage, exploit another's weakness, or use affection as leverage. Commerce would not prey on desperation. Politics would not feed on division. Every human encounter would be marked by mutual recognition, the silent understanding that you and I share the same moral worth. Of course, Kant knew the world would never fully resemble this ideal. He wasn't describing the world as it is, but as reason compels it to be. The kingdom of ends is not a place. It's a direction, a horizon we move toward every time we act from duty. Every honest word, every kept promise, every small moment of integrity is a step closer to that invisible city of moral order. But he also knew how fragile this awareness can be. It's easy to forget that others are not just extensions of our story, but beings with their own inner worlds. We slip back into seeing through the lens of utility. This person helps, that one hinders. Kant's philosophy calls us to pause, to see through the surface of behavior into the dignity beneath. Even the most ordinary encounter becomes sacred when seen this way. The shopkeeper giving correct change, not out of fear or greed, but out of fairness, is already part of that higher kingdom. In Kant's moral universe, every act of respect, no matter how small, participates in something infinite. To treat another as an end is to touch eternity, because reason, the source of morality, belongs to a realm beyond time. When you act from it, you momentarily transcend the causal world and enter the realm of freedom. In that sense, morality is not just about doing good, it's about remembering who we are, finite beings with infinite worth, bound by the same invisible law. And so, the kingdom of ends is less a place we reach and more a way of seeing. It begins each time we look at another person and refuse to see them as a tool, a rival, or a means. It begins in how we speak, how we listen, how we act when no one notices. It begins in the recognition that morality is not something imposed upon us, but something we co-create every moment we choose to respect the freedom of another. Perhaps that's why Kant saw morality not as a burden but as a kind of grace, the mind's quiet realization that in a world of necessity, we can still treat others as free. And in doing so, we remind ourselves that freedom is not a privilege, it's a shared condition, a bond that unites every rational being across time. So as you move through your own crowded streets, remember this: every glance you meet, every voice you hear, belongs to a person who, like you, carries within them a world unseen. To live morally is to walk through that world gently, aware that every step, every word, every choice has the power to either honor or diminish the sacredness around you. The starry heavens and the moral law. There's a moment at night when the world goes quiet enough for eternity to be heard. You look up, and the sky opens, an ancient expanse of stars stretching farther than thought can reach. The longer you gaze, the smaller you feel. You realize how brief your life is, how fragile, how easily lost among the infinite. Yet somewhere in that same moment of insignificance, something else awakens, a quiet conviction that your actions, your choices, your moral life matter. Kant felt that tension deeply. He said that two things filled his mind with wonder and reverence: the starry heavens above and the moral law within. One reveals the majesty of the universe, the other reveals the dignity of the soul. Between them, he found the entire drama of human existence, the vastness that humbles us, and the inner light that restores our worth. The stars, for Kant, were symbols of nature's perfection, an image of necessity, order, and mathematical law. Their motion was predictable, their harmony precise. They reminded us that the physical universe follows cause and effect without error. There is no freedom in the heavens, no moral choice, only beauty expressed through obedience to natural law. And yet within that same universe, there exists something astonishing, a being who can understand those laws, who can contemplate them and ask, "What should I do?" That being is us. Though we are small, we are not insignificant. Though we are finite, we are aware of the infinite. Kant saw in this awareness a miracle far greater than the stars themselves. Because to know the laws of nature is impressive, but to legislate the laws of morality, to act according to principles chosen freely by reason, is divine. He believed that every person carries within them a kind of moral cosmos, a world of duty, freedom, and purpose as vast as the night sky. The moral law doesn't come from outside, from command or authority. It rises from within, from the structure of reason itself. And when you follow that law not out of fear or reward, but because it is right, you participate in something eternal. You become, in Kant's words, a citizen of two worlds, the sensible and the intelligible, the natural and the moral, the finite and the infinite. It's a strange duality. On one hand, you are part of nature, governed by physics, biology, and time. Your body is bound to cause and effect. Your life unfolds like a story already written by the universe. But on the other hand, you are also a moral agent, capable of choice, of reason, of will. When you act from duty, you rise above the natural order. You create a law for yourself, one that no star or planet could ever know. For Kant, this is where human dignity lies, not in what we accomplish, but in what we choose. The stars inspire awe, but they cannot act from respect for the moral law. Only the human being can. Only you can look at the world, understand its laws, and still decide to obey a higher one. He found in this thought both humility and pride. Humility, because we are so small in the face of cosmic immensity. Pride, because within that smallness, we carry something that transcends it, a spark of reason that reflects the same order we see in the heavens, but in a different form. The stars show us necessity. The moral law shows us freedom. Think of standing alone under the night sky. You can measure the constellations, chart their movements, calculate their distances. You can learn everything about the mechanics of their light. But none of that explains why you feel what you feel. The quiet reverence, the sudden stillness, the awareness that your life is both fragile and infinite at once. That feeling, for Kant, is the echo of the moral law. It's the recognition that the same reason which lets you understand the stars also commands you to act rightly. He saw no contradiction between science and morality. One reveals the laws that govern matter. The other reveals the law that governs freedom. The first gives knowledge. The second gives meaning. Both belong to the same rational universe, but they speak in different tongues. The sky tells us what is. The moral law tells us what ought to be. And perhaps that's what makes Kant's vision so hauntingly beautiful. He reminds us that morality is not an invention of culture or religion. It's woven into the very fabric of reason. When you feel that inner voice urging you to do what is right, even when it costs you, you're hearing something as universal as gravity, as constant as the stars. The moral law doesn't change with circumstance. It's as timeless as the cosmos itself. Yet there's a gentle paradox here. The same laws that make the stars predictable also make life feel constrained. They remind us that nature is indifferent, that it will continue long after we're gone. The moral law, by contrast, restores meaning to that indifference. It whispers that even though the universe doesn't care, we can. That caring, that moral awareness, becomes our answer to the coldness of the cosmos. For Kant, this wasn't mere poetry. It was philosophy's highest realization. The moral law within us is not just a private feeling. It's the evidence of our participation in a world beyond the senses. It's the proof that reason connects us to something higher than matter. When we act from duty, we become more than natural beings. We become moral beings, bridging two realities, the empirical and the eternal. Take a moment to reflect on this. The stars above and the conscience within. One stretches outward, infinite in space. The other stretches inward, infinite in depth. You cannot see the end of either. And perhaps that's the point. They mirror each other, each infinite in its own direction. The vastness of the sky reminds us of the limits of our power. The vastness of conscience reminds us of the boundlessness of our responsibility. Kant believed that this awareness, this double awe, grounds all genuine morality. To act rightly is to feel both the smallness and the greatness of being human. To know that you are a speck in the universe, yet capable of moral choice, is to hold in yourself both humility and divinity. So when you next look up at the stars, remember what you're seeing is not just beauty, but law. Nature's law, steady and eternal. And when you feel the pull of conscience, that quiet sense of right and wrong, you are hearing another kind of law, one that doesn't bind but liberates, one that doesn't command from outside but speaks from within. Between them, you live, half bound by necessity, half lifted by freedom. In that balance lies Kant's vision of the human soul, a creature of dust and reason standing beneath infinity, yet carrying a spark of it inside. The heavens remind you of your limits. The moral law reminds you that you can transcend them. The sky above you may be vast, but the law within you is endless. And when you act from that inner law, you become part of both, grounded in earth, guided by stars, forever walking the line between what is and what ought to be. The form of time, the mind's hidden clock. There's a certain silence to early morning, before the world begins to move. The air feels suspended, no past, no future, only the fragile present stretching like a thread between what has already faded and what has yet to arrive. In that stillness, time doesn't seem like a river flowing forward, but like something we carry inside us, a rhythm, an awareness, a quiet pulse that shapes everything we perceive. Kant believed that time is not an external feature of the universe. It's not a cosmic stream we drift along, nor a physical property that exists independently of us. Instead, time, he said, is one of the deepest structures of the mind itself, a lens through which we experience reality. Without that lens, nothing would appear to us as before or after, no memory would connect to the present, and no future would ever arrive. The entire sense of motion, of change, of continuity, all of it begins within us. This idea was nothing short of revolutionary. For most of human history, time was imagined as something objective and absolute, a vast container within which all things happened. The stars moved through it, civilizations rose and fell within it, and even the gods, if they existed, seemed bound by its flow. But Kant dared to suggest the opposite. He claimed that time does not belong to the world belongs to time as it appears to the human mind. To him, time was not discovered, but projected. It's the form through which we organize experience, the inner architecture that lets reality appear as a sequence rather than a chaos of impressions. It's how the mind translates existence into experience. We never see time, we see through it. Imagine watching a film. On the screen, motion appears continuous, the story unfolds seamlessly, but behind that illusion are still images, each separate, flashing past in rapid succession. It's the mind that bridges those gaps, stitching stillness into flow. The same happens in life. The mind unites fragmented perceptions into a narrative, binding the past, present, and future into what we call reality. This is what Kant meant when he said that time is an a priori intuition, a pure form of perception that exists in us before experience. We don't learn time, we bring it with us into every moment of awareness. Without it, there would be no sequence, no causality, no becoming, only isolated sensations, disconnected and meaningless. It's a haunting thought. The flow of time, which feels so external, may be an inner creation. What we call the passage of time could be the mind's way of making sense of change. Like an artist composing music, the mind arranges experience into rhythm. The world's heartbeat in this view is our own. And yet, this realization also carries a quiet weight, because if time exists within us, then so does its shadow, the sense of loss, of impermanence, of endings. To be conscious of time is to be conscious of finitude. It's what separates us from the stars above us and the stones beneath our feet. They exist within the order of nature, but only we feel the hours passing. We don't just move through time, we suffer it, cherish it, fear it, measure it, and try endlessly to outrun it. Kant saw this awareness as both a burden and a gift. It burdens us because it reminds us that every moment vanishes as soon as it appears. The present never lasts. Everything we love is already receding into memory. But it's also a gift because it's through this very structure that meaning arises. Without the awareness of time, there would be no anticipation, no hope, no growth, no story to our existence. He believed that the human mind imposes both time and space upon experience as the conditions of perception. Space gives the world its form. Time gives it its motion. The two together create the canvas upon which life unfolds. But while space feels external, time feels intimate. We inhabit it like a heartbeat, like breath. It's the quiet metronome of consciousness. And yet Kant's idea opens another question. If time exists only in the mind, what does that mean for the world beyond it? Does the noumenal realm, the world as it is in itself, exist timelessly? For him, the answer was yes. Time belongs only to appearances, to the world of phenomena. The ultimate reality, the realm beyond perception, lies outside of temporal succession. It neither begins nor ends. It simply is. That realization has a strangely comforting beauty to it. If the deepest level of existence lies beyond time, then perhaps nothing truly vanishes. What we call birth and death, past and future, are only the ways our finite consciousness perceives what is ultimately timeless. The flow of time, then, may be the way eternity allows itself to be known by mortal beings. Kant didn't speak in mystical language, but his philosophy often brushes against the mystical. He showed that the limits of perception, the very things that bind us, are also the things that give us the world. We are temporal creatures who can never escape the ticking of the mind's clock. And yet, by recognizing that time is our own creation, we glimpse something beyond it, a stillness that underlies the motion, a silence between the seconds. It's easy to feel trapped by time. We count the days, mark the years, measure progress, and grieve for what's lost. But from Kant's view, the very sense of passage is what makes the present meaningful. The transience of things is not a defect. It's the condition for beauty, for morality, for purpose. Because if nothing changed, if nothing passed, there would be no reason to act, no possibility of choice. It's time that gives weight to decision, that turns existence into experience. Perhaps this is what makes the human condition both tragic and divine. We are aware of time, and thus aware of our own limits. But through that awareness, we also touch something infinite, the capacity to see time itself as form, not prison. We move through it, but it also moves through us, shaping our thoughts, our memories, our sense of self. Kant would say that when you watch the sun rise, you're not witnessing time itself. You're watching your mind interpret change through the framework of time. The sunrise is both real and subjective. Real because it appears, subjective because the meaning of before and after comes from you. The same is true for every moment. The sequence of life unfolds only because consciousness insists on continuity. So, when you close your eyes tonight and the hours begin to drift, remember this: time is not something you pass through. It's something that passes through you. The moments that seem to slip away are not escaping. They are unfolding in the only way they can, within the hidden architecture of perception. The river you call time is the reflection of your own awareness, flowing endlessly toward the horizon of meaning. Perhaps that's why silence feels timeless, because in it the mind pauses the illusion of flow, and in that pause, the eternal briefly touches the temporal. You feel for an instant what lies beyond the clock, the pure presence of being, unmeasured and infinite. The fabric of space, reality as mental geometry. The world begins not with objects, but with the space that holds them. Before light strikes your eyes, before shapes take form, or motion becomes visible, there is an invisible architecture, the silent geometry that gives reality its dimension. We move through the structure as if it exists out there, stretching infinitely in all directions. Yet Kant believed that space, like time, is not a property of the world, but a property of the mind. It doesn't surround us, we project it. It is not an external container for things. It is the condition that allows things to appear at all. Imagine, for a moment, standing in a vast field at dawn. The horizon extends endlessly. The air feels boundless. You can sense the immensity of space, as if it were something outside you, embracing everything. But according to Kant, that experience is shaped entirely by your consciousness. Space is not something you enter, it's something your mind lays down as the background of perception. It's the invisible stage that makes the play of reality possible. Without it, there would be no direction, no distance, no form, only a blur of sensations without order or relation. This idea unsettled even his contemporaries. To suggest that space is not out there, but in here felt almost like heresy against common sense. How could something so obvious, the room around you, the stars above, the ground beneath your feet, exist only as a framework of the mind? Yet Kant insisted that it must be so, because space is the universal language through which the mind arranges experience. It is not learned through experience. It makes experience possible. He called space an a priori intuition, a built-in structure of perception that precedes all knowledge. When you look at the world, your mind doesn't simply record what's there. It organizes everything into a coherent spatial order. The position of objects, their size, their relation to one another, all of it arises because your mind imposes spatial form on raw sensation. You don't see space itself. You see within it as naturally as you breathe. Consider what that means for reality itself. If space is a mental form rather than an external thing, then what we call the world is in part a construction. We experience not the thing in itself, but the thing is arranged in space. The tree outside your window, the mountain in the distance, even the sky itself, all these are appearances shaped by the human way of perceiving. The true nature of the world, apart from our spatial perception, remains forever beyond reach. But far from making existence less real, this insight deepens its mystery. It means that reality is not a static structure waiting to be discovered. It's a living relationship between mind and world. We don't simply inhabit space, we generate it. And in doing so, we become co-creators of the very stage upon which life unfolds. Kant used geometry to illustrate this. When we study the properties of a triangle, or the lines that define a circle, we're not uncovering truths about objects in the world. We're uncovering truths about the way our minds must structure space. Geometry doesn't describe reality. It describes the form our perception gives to it. That's why its truths feel universal and necessary. They are the grammar of spatial intuition, written into the mind itself. If this sounds abstract, think of virtual reality, a technology that didn't exist in Kant's time, but perfectly illustrates his insight. When you put on a VR headset, you enter a three-dimensional world that feels real. You can walk, reach out, and look around. Yet the space you're perceiving doesn't exist physically. It's generated by a system interpreting your movements and projecting them back to you. The illusion works because your mind brings the spatial framework with it. You don't have to learn how to see in 3D. It's built into you. Kant would say the same is true of reality itself. In his view, space is not an external truth, but a condition of human experience. Without the mind's capacity to represent things as located in space, there would be no here or there, no above or below, no near or far. We would live in a world without form or orientation, a formless cloud of impressions. It is the mind's hidden geometry that separates and arranges them, creating the illusion of an ordered universe. But illusion, in Kant's philosophy, is not deception. It's the necessary veil through which truth becomes visible. The spatial form of experience doesn't falsify reality. It translates it into something we can comprehend. The mind doesn't lie about the world. It gives it shape. This also means that what we perceive as external boundaries, walls, horizons, distances, might reflect our own inner structure. The world seems infinite not because it stretches forever outward, but because the mind's capacity to imagine extension knows no limit. Infinity, for Kant, is not a property of the universe but of our way of perceiving it. The endless expanse of space is the mind's mirror, reflecting its own boundless reach. That idea carries a quiet, almost spiritual resonance. It suggests that the order of the cosmos is not imposed on us from without, but born within us. Every line drawn by an architect, every orbit traced by a planet, every frame of perspective in a painting, all are expressions of a geometry that consciousness itself makes possible. The external and the internal are two sides of the same phenomenon, the world appearing through the lens of mind. And yet, Kant was careful to draw a boundary. The world in itself, the noumenal world, may have no space at all. What we experience as form and extension may not exist beyond perception. To imagine a reality outside space is nearly impossible, because our thought itself operates spatially. Every attempt to picture the non-spatial leads us back into the very form we're trying to escape. We can think of time without time, or space without space, only as paradoxes, proof that we are bound by the limits of our own understanding. But perhaps those limits are not prisons. They are the framework that gives meaning to everything we can know. Without space, there would be no separation, no relation, no perspective, no you and I, no distance to bridge or path to walk. Space allows the world to appear diverse, structured, full of difference. It gives us the stage upon which the moral and the physical, the finite and the infinite can meet. In Kant's thought, this realization humbles and elevates us at once. We are not passive observers of a ready-made world. We are active participants in its unfolding. The mind doesn't stand apart from reality. It is one of its essential dimensions. The geometry of being begins within us, spreading outward to form the very structure we call space. So next time you look at the horizon, or trace the shadow of a building as the sun moves across the sky, remember the space you see is not merely out there. It's a reflection of the mind's inner design. The distance you perceive is the echo of thought reaching toward itself. And perhaps in that realization, you can sense what Kant saw so clearly, that reality is not a place we inhabit, but a pattern we help compose. The unity of experience, stitching chaos into order. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine standing in a city square at night, the glow of lamplight spilling across the cobblestones, distant footsteps echoing in the dark, a whisper of wind brushing past your ear. Each sound, each flicker of light, each movement arrives separately, fragmented, and yet somehow your mind gathers them into a single moment. You don't experience a blur of unrelated sensations. You experience a world. That act, silent and constant, is what Kant called the unity of experience, the mind's hidden ability to weave countless impressions into one coherent fabric of awareness. Without it, reality would dissolve into chaos. We would live in a world of scattered sensations, like shards of glass reflecting pieces of a broken sky. Kant believed that beneath every act of perception lies an invisible thread, the I think that binds all experiences together. It's the quiet center of consciousness, the point from which all perceptions radiate and return. He called it the transcendental unity of apperception. The phrase may sound dense, but its meaning is profound. All the things you perceive, every color, every sound, every memory are united by the same awareness that says, "These are mine." It's easy to overlook how miraculous that is. Think of how many sensations flood your mind each second. The weight of your body in the chair, the faint hum of sound around you, the temperature of the air on your skin. Each one arrives independently, yet you never mistake them as belonging to different worlds. Somehow, they all belong to you. For Kant, this unity isn't optional. It's the very condition that makes knowledge possible. Experience, to be meaningful, must be organized. The world must appear as a structured whole, not an endless storm of impressions. The mind, therefore, doesn't just receive experience. It constructs it. It acts as both observer and architect, constantly arranging, connecting, and synthesizing what it perceives. To illustrate this, imagine watching a raindrop slide down a window. You don't just see a series of static positions, you see motion, continuity. Your mind connects the drop's earlier position with its later one, producing the perception of movement. That connection isn't in the raindrop, it's in you. The mind weaves time into flow, causality into coherence. This synthesis happens at every level of awareness. The eyes take in shapes and colors, the mind recognizes patterns and relations, and the self quietly, instinctively, claims it all as one experience. The unity of consciousness is what allows you to say, I saw, I felt, I thought. Without it, there would be no I at all. Only flickering fragments of sensation. Kant's insight here is subtle but astonishing. He argued that the self isn't something we find, it's something we create through this act of unification. The I that thinks, feels, and perceives isn't a static entity hidden somewhere inside the mind. It's the ongoing activity of synthesis itself. The self, in other words, is a process, a constant weaving together of moments into identity. This means that who you are isn't just your thoughts or memories, it's the unity that holds them together. The mind is both painter and canvas, both composer and melody. Each thought is a note, each perception a brushstroke, and the self is the pattern that emerges when they come together. And yet, Kant warned, this unity is not something we can observe directly. You can't turn around and see the I that thinks, because the act of thinking always moves forward. It's the light that makes vision possible, but can never be seen itself. The self is not an object within experience. It's the condition that allows experience to exist. This realization brings both wonder and unease. It means that the you experience, the sense of a stable, continuous identity, is not a fixed thing, but an unending act of creation. Every moment, the mind gathers the past, interprets the present, and anticipates the future to form a single thread of awareness. And yet, like a spider forever spinning its web, it never stops, never finishes, never sees its own center. Kant's philosophy reminds us that what we call reality is not simply out there, it's a joint project between the world and the mind. The data of the senses gives us the raw material, but the mind's synthesis gives us meaning. The unity of experience is the loom upon which existence takes form. Think of a symphony. Each instrument plays its part, producing sounds that on their own could be chaotic. But under the direction of a composer, they converge into harmony. The mind, in Kant's vision, is that composer. The instruments are the senses, and consciousness is the music that emerges from their collaboration. Without that unity, there would be only noise. This act of unifying perception also underpins our sense of time. When you recall a memory, it doesn't appear as a disjointed image. It folds seamlessly into your present awareness. You remember yourself having that experience. That continuity, the feeling that I am the same being who once felt that, is a product of the mind's synthesizing power. The past remains meaningful because the self unites it with the present. But Kant also recognized a paradox here. The same faculty that gives us coherence also hides the true nature of reality. Because we perceive the world only through the lens of synthesis, we can never see it as it is in itself, only as it appears to us. The mind stitches chaos into order, but in doing so it also veils the raw, unfiltered essence of existence. And yet, perhaps that veil is what allows meaning to exist at all. Without the unity of perception, there would be no continuity, no identity, no moral responsibility, nothing that could call itself human. The self is both a limitation and a miracle, confined to the patterns of understanding, but illuminated by the light of reason. Kant saw this synthesis as the deepest mystery of consciousness. It's the reason you can look at a star and feel it belongs to the same universe as you. The same principle that organizes perception also connects mind and world, self and cosmos. The unity of experience is not merely a cognitive function, it's a bridge between inner and outer, subject and object, thought and being. So when you next find yourself drifting through memory or sensation, pause for a moment and notice the quiet work of your own awareness. Notice how effortlessly the world appears before you, how the mind binds the seen, the felt, the known into one seamless now. Beneath that calm surface is a ceaseless act of creation, the mind's hidden artistry, turning fragments into wholeness, chaos into cosmos. Perhaps that's what it means to be human, to stand at the threshold between multiplicity and unity, endlessly weaving the infinite threads of experience into the single fragile fabric we call life. The self as appearance, the ghost behind the mirror. You stand before a mirror, the reflection looks back, familiar, responsive, almost alive. But if you stare long enough, something strange begins to happen. The image loses its intimacy. You start to notice the distance between your awareness and the face that mimics it. Which one is real, the one that observes, or the one reflected, that unsettling pause, that flicker of uncertainty between subject and object, is the space where Kant's philosophy quietly dwells. Kant believed that what we call the self is not a thing we can see or know directly. It's not an object among objects, not something hidden behind our experiences. The self, he argued, is a phenomenon, a structured appearance shaped by the same mind that constructs the world around it. We are both the perceiver and the perceived, both the builder and the image we build. To understand this, we must remember his central insight that everything we experience is filtered through the forms of perception, time, space, causality, and the categories of understanding. Just as we never encounter things in themselves, only appearances shaped by the mind, so too we never encounter the self in itself. The I that thinks, feels, and acts is known only through the appearances it produces, the thoughts, sensations, and choices that arise in consciousness. It's tempting to believe that beneath all those shifting impressions lies a solid core, an unchanging essence, a true identity. But for Kant, this is an illusion born of habit. The mind, in its constant effort to unify experience, assumes that the I must be something substantial, some enduring entity that persists through time. Yet when we search for it, when we turn the gaze of reason inward, we find nothing but the flow of experience itself. The self is not behind the stream of thought. It is the stream held together by the mind's power of synthesis. He called this the transcendental unity of apperception, but it might be easier to imagine as a hidden thread running through every moment of awareness. The thread itself is invisible. It can never be pulled out or observed, but without it, the fabric of consciousness would unravel. The self is not an object we possess. It's the invisible act of possession itself, the ongoing synthesis that turns chaos into coherence, the endless I think that accompanies every thought but never appears among them. In this way, Kant transforms what it means to be a person. You are not a fixed being, but a perpetual becoming. Every perception, every memory, every act of will is another layer woven into the fabric of identity. The you of yesterday and the you of tomorrow are connected not by substance but by structure, the continuity of consciousness that says, I am still me. And yet, the mystery deepens. Because if the self is an appearance, if even our sense of identity is shaped by the mind's categories, then what lies beyond it? Is there a true self hidden behind the appearances? A noumenal self that exists independent of perception? Kant thought so, though he warned we could never know it. Just as the thing in itself remains forever beyond our grasp, so too does the self in itself. We can infer its existence, but never experience it. It is the ghost behind the mirror, the silent source of reflection forever unseen. This thought carries both comfort and unease. Comfort, because it suggests that our deepest self transcends the limits of time and experience. Unease, because it means that the person we think we are, the story we tell ourselves each day, is not the whole truth. Beneath the surface of personality lies something unknowable, something that never appears in consciousness, but makes consciousness possible. Perhaps that's why we sometimes feel like strangers to ourselves. A memory resurfaces and we wonder, was that really me? A decision surprises us, and we sense that something deeper acted before we could think. Kant would say that this strangeness is built into existence itself. The self you can describe, analyze, or narrate is never the totality of who you are. It's the appearance shaped by the mind's conditions. The real self, the noumenal self, remains beyond experience, hidden in the same darkness where the world in itself also resides. And yet, this hiddenness is not a flaw. It's the very condition of meaning. If we could grasp the self completely, if we could see it as an object among objects, it would lose the quality of being a subject. It would cease to be the I that experiences. The self must remain unseen because it is the one who sees. It must remain unknowable because it is the source of knowing. Kant's insight reshapes not only philosophy, but also the way we live. It teaches humility, the recognition that even our inner world is partly appearance, that the depths of who we are can never be fully mapped. But it also teaches reverence, because in acknowledging that mystery, we honor something infinite within the finite, something eternal flickering through the temporary patterns of thought. Imagine consciousness as a lantern moving through darkness. The light reveals everything it touches: objects, faces, memories, but never itself. The lantern's glow is both the means and the limit of visibility. The self in Kant's view is that light. It illuminates the world and its own appearances, yet remains forever just beyond the reach of its own radiance. And so, life becomes a kind of dialogue between appearance and essence, between the known and the unknowable. Every choice, every reflection, every act of thought becomes a way the hidden self manifests in time. You never see the source directly, but you feel its presence in the coherence of your life, in the way one moment flows into the next, in the sense that all your experiences belong to a single you. This view also hints at a quiet form of immortality. If the self as we know it is only appearance, bound to time, bound to the phenomenal world, then the noumenal self, the self in itself, may exist beyond those limits. Kant never claimed to know this, but he saw it as a moral necessity, the idea that beneath the temporal self lies something enduring, something that belongs not to nature, but to freedom. The self that acts, chooses, and strives for goodness touches a dimension that cannot decay. And perhaps that is the secret Kant left behind, that the self is both transient and eternal, both seen and unseen. What you experience as you is the reflection, the shimmering surface. But behind it, in the quiet depths of being, something timeless watches, waiting for awareness to turn toward it. You can never grasp it, never name it, yet it is closer than your own breath. So the next time you meet your reflection, whether in a mirror, a memory, or another's gaze, pause for a moment. Notice how the image looks back, how it feels familiar and foreign at once. Behind both reflections, behind both perceivers, lies the same mystery, the silent self that can never be seen, yet makes seeing possible. The postulates of practical reason, why we need to believe. The night is deep and still. You're walking along an empty path beneath a moon that seems too bright for the hour. The world feels hollow, as if time itself has paused to listen. There's a question moving quietly in the air, a question that seems to follow you, step by step. If everything in this world obeys the laws of cause and effect, then where does freedom fit? Where does meaning hide? Kant spent his life wrestling with that question. He knew that science could explain how things happen, but not why they matter. It could measure forces, predict motion, and trace cause to consequence, but it could never tell us what should be. The natural world, with all its beauty and precision, was a realm of necessity. Yet within us there was something else, an awareness of moral duty, an inner call that spoke in the language of ought, and that voice, he believed, pointed towards something beyond the boundaries of reason. That's where the postulates of practical reason come in. Kant's bold attempt to bridge the gulf between what we know and what we must believe in order to live meaningfully. He didn't claim to prove the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, or the freedom of the will. Rather, he argued that these ideas are necessary postulates, rational assumptions we must accept if morality is to make sense. Without them, the moral law that lives within us would lose its foundation. To him, moral experience was undeniable. The sense of duty, the quiet certainty that some things are right and others wrong, was as real as gravity. But morality demands that the world be more than mechanical, more than a stage where good and evil play out without consequence. If we are truly moral beings, then the universe must at some level align with moral order. It must allow for freedom, justice, and ultimate harmony, even if we can't see how. The first of Kant's postulates is freedom. Without freedom, morality collapses. To act morally is to choose, to resist desire, to act from duty, to be the author of one's own will. If all actions were determined by natural causes, moral responsibility would be an illusion. And yet, we feel it deeply. The awareness of "I could have done otherwise" is not a product of logic, it's a condition of selfhood. Kant believed we must therefore assume freedom, not because we can prove it, but because moral life would be impossible without it. The second postulate is immortality. At first, that sounds theological, but Kant's reasoning is philosophical. The moral law commands us to strive for perfect virtue, a harmony between will and duty, between what we want and what is right. But no human being achieves such perfection in this life. The pursuit of moral goodness is endless. For that pursuit to be meaningful, there must exist a realm beyond this one, a continuation of moral growth beyond death, not immortality as eternal comfort, but as the infinite progress of the soul toward moral completeness. And the third postulate is God, not the God of dogma or superstition, but the rational idea of a moral order of the universe, a being who ensures that virtue and happiness ultimately coincide. In the world we experience, they rarely do. The good suffer, the selfish prosper, but the moral law within us demands that they should align, that goodness must have meaning, that justice must have a home. For Kant, this harmony cannot arise from blind nature. It requires a moral intelligence behind reality itself. We cannot know this being through reason, but we must believe in its possibility if moral action is to remain coherent. Together, these three postulates form what Kant called the practical faith of reason, not belief based on evidence, but belief grounded in moral necessity. They are not objects of knowledge, but conditions of hope. They do not describe the world as it is, but as it must be for our moral striving to make sense. Kant's vision here is not naive optimism. He knew how harsh and indifferent the world could be. He watched as Enlightenment reason tore down superstition, only to replace it with cynicism. But he also saw that the human spirit could not live on facts alone. To live morally, to act rightly in the face of uncertainty, we must believe that goodness is not in vain. The postulates of practical reason are not rewards for virtue, they are its necessary companions. This belief, however, does not free us from responsibility. It deepens it, because if morality is meaningful, if freedom and moral order truly exist, then every act of will carries infinite weight. Every choice becomes a quiet affirmation of the moral universe itself. Each time you choose duty over comfort, honesty over deceit, compassion over indifference, you strengthen the bridge between the world of appearances and the world of meaning. Kant's approach to belief is subtle. He doesn't ask us to accept these ideas blindly. He invites us to see them as the natural extension of moral awareness. We can't prove freedom, immortality, or God through logic, but neither can we live fully without them. They are the unseen scaffolding of moral experience, the invisible pillars that hold up the structure of duty. He once said that knowledge is limited to phenomena, but belief reaches to the infinite, and that belief, rational, moral, unprovable, becomes the quiet courage that sustains ethical life. We don't need certainty to act rightly. We need hope. Hope that our freedom is real. Hope that our striving matters. Hope that in some ultimate sense, the good will not be lost to time. You can almost feel the humanity in that thought. It's not the certainty of the theologian or the skepticism of the scientist. It's something in between, something tender and resolute. Kant offers a philosophy of faith without fanaticism, morality without metaphysical arrogance. He asks us not to know, but to trust the light that already glows within reason. Perhaps this is why his philosophy still feels alive centuries later. It doesn't promise salvation or revelation. It simply asks, what must I believe in order to remain good? The answer for Kant lies not in external miracles, but in the moral miracle of human freedom itself. The fact that within a world of causes, something in us can still choose. So when you feel that quiet tug toward what is right, when you sense that your actions mean something more than survival, know that you are participating in Kant's greatest insight. You are affirming a universe where morality and meaning intertwine, even if that universe exists only in the invisible realm of thought and will. The stars may not speak, the heavens may be silent, but the moral law within you still whispers of freedom, of purpose, of a truth beyond reason's reach. And perhaps that whisper is enough. The goodwill. When intention outweighs outcome, a candle flickers in an empty room. The light trembles, stretching shadows across the walls. Its glow soft and imperfect, yet it still gives light. It doesn't burn for reward, nor fear of darkness. It burns because that is what it was made to do. For Immanuel Kant, the moral life is something like that candle. It shines not because it expects anything in return, but because it must. It is good not by accident, not by consequence, but by the purity of its intention. When Kant spoke of the good will, he called it the only thing that could be considered good without qualification. Intelligence can be misused. Courage can serve cruelty. Even happiness without virtue can become arrogance. But the good will, acting from moral duty, guided by respect for reason itself, is good in every circumstance. It is the quiet center of Kant's entire moral philosophy, the invisible fire that gives ethics its light. He begins with a question that every human being faces, whether consciously or not. What makes an action truly moral? Is it the result it produces, the happiness it brings, the harm it avoids? Or is it something deeper, something independent of what happens after the act? Kant's answer is as challenging as it is profound. The moral worth of an action lies not in its outcome, but in the motive from which it springs. This sounds simple at first, but it overturns much of how we normally think about ethics. We tend to measure morality by effects. We call something good when it leads to pleasure, peace, or prosperity. But Kant warns that outcomes belong to the realm of nature, governed by cause and effect by forces beyond our control. To act morally, however, is to act freely, and freedom for him means acting not because of what will happen, but because reason tells us it is right. Imagine a person who helps another in need, but only because they expect praise or gratitude. The act may look virtuous, but its moral worth is hollow. It's a transaction disguised as goodness. Now imagine someone who helps out of duty alone, even when there is no reward, even when it costs them comfort or reputation. That for Kant is the good will at work, the will that acts from the moral law, not merely in accordance with it. To act from duty is to act because one recognizes that reason commands it universally. The moral law, as Kant describes it, is not external. It lives within us as a voice of pure rationality. It says, "Do what you know you should do, regardless of what you want." This is not cold obedience. It is the recognition that the highest freedom lies in aligning one's will with what reason demands. This can sound severe, but there's a quiet beauty in it. The good will doesn't ask whether the world will reward virtue. It acts because virtue itself is worthy. It doesn't bend under circumstance or feeling. It remains constant like a compass that points toward the moral north, even when storms rage around it. Kant knew this kind of moral clarity is difficult. We are creatures of desire, pulled by instinct, emotion, and habit. The will must often struggle against these forces, and that struggle is what gives moral action its value. He once wrote that a good will would shine like a jewel, even if it achieved nothing. Its worth does not depend on success. For success belongs to luck, worth belongs to intention. There's something deeply human in that idea. We've all experienced moments when doing the right thing led to pain, misunderstanding, or loss. Yet in those moments, something in us remains still, a quiet assurance that we acted as we ought. That feeling, Kant would say, is the echo of the good will, the affirmation that morality is not about consequence, but about character. Consider the nurse who stays through the night with a dying patient, knowing it will not change the outcome, or the friend who tells a painful truth because deception would be easier. These acts do not guarantee happiness, but they uphold something higher, the dignity of moral law. The goodwill, in this sense, is not measured by its power to change the world, but by its ability to remain pure within it. Kant's vision of moral worth is not sentimental. It is austere, disciplined, even demanding. He does not ask us to be kind because kindness feels good. He asks us to be moral because morality is rational. The goodwill acts out of reverence for reason, the recognition that the moral law has authority simply because it is true. In that way, Kant elevates ethics from emotion to principle, from fleeting feeling to eternal form. Yet this doesn't make his philosophy heartless. Quite the opposite. For Kant, the moral law is not a chain, but a source of dignity. When we act from duty, we become more than creatures of appetite. We become self-legislators, rational beings who give law to ourselves. The good will, then, is not submission. It is freedom in its highest form. To obey reason is not to lose autonomy. It is to realize it. That is why Kant's moral universe feels both humbling and empowering. It humbles us by reminding us that morality is not ours to invent. It arises from reason itself, but it empowers us because it tells us that reason lives within us. We are not mere observers of moral truth. We are its participants, its vessels, its expression in the world. And though this idea may seem distant from ordinary life, it's present in the smallest acts of conscience. Every time you choose honesty over convenience, courage over comfort, fairness over advantage, you enact the good will. You become, in that moment, a living reflection of reason's purity. Still, there's a certain loneliness in this path. The good will often stands alone, unacknowledged, even punished. But Kant believed that its strength lies precisely there in its independence from approval. Morality is not a negotiation with the world. It is a dialogue between the self and reason. It asks us to rise above circumstance, to act as if our choices could become laws for all rational beings. This sense of universality transforms even the smallest decision into something vast. When you act from duty, you don't merely choose for yourself, you choose for humanity. Your will becomes a thread in the moral fabric that binds all rational creatures together. Each act of duty, no matter how private, echoes across the invisible kingdom of ends, the moral realm in which every being is both sovereign and subject under the law of reason. And that, perhaps, is the quiet triumph of Kant's goodwill. It proves that morality does not need reward to be sacred, nor consequence to be real. The worth of a good act lies not in what it achieves, but in what it expresses, the pure intention to do what is right for its own sake. So when you find yourself standing before a moral choice, when doing the right thing feels difficult, unseen, or unrewarded, remember the candle in the empty room. It burns not because someone watches, not because it changes the darkness, but because its nature is to give light. The goodwill is that light within us, steady, quiet, and unending. The judgment of beauty, pleasure without possession. There's a moment that can stop thought itself, the quiet instant when beauty appears. It might be the curve of light across water at sunset, or the way a single leaf trembles in a wind that seems to come from nowhere. In those moments, something inside you pauses. You don't reach for it, don't name it, don't ask what it's for. You simply feel it. the pure, unclaimed pleasure of seeing something perfectly itself. Kant believed that this experience, so simple yet so mysterious, reveals one of the deepest truths about human consciousness. He called it the judgment of beauty. For him, beauty wasn't a property of objects. It was an act of perception, a harmony between the world and the mind. When we call something beautiful, we're not describing its shape, its color, or its usefulness. We're describing the feeling of our own faculties working together, the imagination and the understanding moving in effortless balance. In that harmony, the mind feels free. This freedom is what distinguishes beauty from desire. When you desire something, you want to possess it, to make it yours, to draw it into your orbit. But beauty doesn't invite possession. It invites contemplation. You don't want to own the sunset. You want to witness it, to dwell in its presence without disturbing it. Kant called this a disinterested pleasure, a joy that asks for nothing, that finds satisfaction in the mere act of beholding. It's a radical idea. In a world driven by utility, where everything seems to exist for a purpose, Kant reminded us that beauty belongs to another realm, the realm of the unnecessary yet essential. A flower doesn't bloom for you, yet its form awakens delight. A melody doesn't build or fix or sustain anything, yet it stirs the soul more deeply than any instrument of survival. Beauty in this sense is not an escape from reason, but a celebration of its grace, the mind recognizing itself in the harmony of form. Kant's philosophy of beauty is subtle, almost paradoxical. When we judge something to be beautiful, we do so as if it had meaning for everyone, even though the experience is personal. You might see a mountain and feel awe, while another feels indifference. Yet when you call it beautiful, you implicitly invite agreement. You're not saying, "I like this." You're saying, "This is beautiful," as though beauty were a universal language. And in a sense, Kant believed it is. Because beauty arises when our cognitive powers, our capacity to imagine and to understand, work in perfect correspondence, and those powers belong to all rational beings. In this way, the experience of beauty becomes a kind of bridge between the individual and the universal. It connects private feeling to shared reason, sensation to thought, self to world. When you lose yourself in the sight of a painting or the sound of rain, you're not withdrawing from the world, you're resonating with it. The separation between subject and object softens. For a moment, you and the world seem to breathe together. Kant called this a free play of the faculties. In the ordinary business of life, imagination and understanding serve a goal. We perceive, we categorize, we act, but in beauty, the mind rests from utility. Imagination roams freely, understanding follows lightly, without demanding concepts or conclusions. There is no why to beauty, only the endless how of harmony. He saw in this state not only pleasure, but something moral, even spiritual. The experience of beauty, he said, prepares the soul for goodness, not because it teaches us what is right, but because it teaches us what it feels like to be free. In the pure gaze that desires nothing, we experience a microcosm of moral freedom, the ability to act or to perceive without the pull of appetite or fear. Beauty, in other words, is the aesthetic reflection of virtue. Think of a child watching snowfall. They don't measure its weight or calculate its temperature. They simply look, caught in a still wonder that asks for nothing more. That is beauty in its most innocent form, the joy of awareness itself. The same stillness touches the artist at work, the listener lost in music, the thinker who stares into the structure of an idea and feels something almost divine in its simplicity. In all these moments, the mind glimpses harmony without ownership. And yet, beauty carries a kind of melancholy, because we cannot keep it. The flower fades, the music ends, the light disappears into dusk. The very nature of beauty is fleeting. It lives in perception, not possession. But that impermanence is also what makes it sacred. To experience beauty is to participate in something timeless through something transient. The moment passes, but the feeling it awakens hints at eternity. Kant would say that in beauty, we encounter a reflection of reason's deeper order. the same order that shapes morality and knowledge. But here, it comes to us clothed in feeling. It's as if the universe, for one breath, speaks to us in the language of pleasure instead of law. The beauty of a form, a melody, or a movement whispers of an underlying coherence between the human mind and the world it inhabits. It reminds us that though we cannot know things in themselves, we can still feel their harmony. In this way, the experience of beauty becomes a kind of silent philosophy. It doesn't explain, it reveals. It doesn't argue, it unites. When we stand before something beautiful, we feel that the world is, in some profound sense, right. Not because we understand it, but because for that moment, we and it are one. Kant also believed that this aesthetic harmony is deeply connected to hope. Beauty doesn't give us knowledge of the noumenal world, but it gestures toward it. It shows that the mind and the world are not strangers. They are attuned. If the moral law within us makes us feel worthy of happiness, beauty makes us feel that happiness might be possible. It is the promise of a world where reason and nature are reconciled, where freedom and form coexist. To see beauty, then, is not to escape reality, but to glimpse its secret alignment. The pleasure of beauty is not indulgence, but resonance, a feeling that the structure of your own mind mirrors something infinite. It's the universe smiling back through the human gaze. So the next time you find yourself caught by beauty, whether in art, in nature, or in the smallest moment, don't hurry to explain it. Let it hold you still. Feel how your thoughts quiet, how your will releases, how for one breath you want nothing. That calm, luminous state is the mind recognizing itself in the world, the finite touching the infinite through the language of form. And when the moment fades, as it always does, let its memory remain, not as loss, but as reminder. That beauty, however brief, is the mind's way of remembering its place in a greater harmony. A whisper from reason itself, that the world, beneath all its disorder, still carries the outline of perfection. The sublime awe at the edge of comprehension. There are moments when beauty fails to soothe, when it doesn't invite calm but instead overwhelms. You stand before a roaring ocean, waves crashing like thunder, the wind tearing through your clothes. Or you gaze up at a night sky so vast it feels indifferent to your existence. You're struck by something beyond understanding, a power too immense to grasp, too infinite to measure. It's not mere fear, nor simple admiration. It's something deeper, something both terrifying and uplifting. Kant called this experience the sublime. Where beauty harmonizes with the mind, the sublime challenges it. Beauty is gentle balance, the sublime is trembling confrontation. Beauty comforts us by reflecting the order of reason, but the sublime reminds us of our smallness against the boundless. It stretches thought to its breaking point, pushing us toward the horizon of what we can comprehend, and then just beyond it. For Kant, the sublime was not in the object itself, but in the mind's reaction to what surpasses it. When you stand before a storm or an endless mountain range, it's not nature that is truly overwhelming. It's your own imagination that cannot contain it. The senses report a magnitude or power that reason cannot frame. Yet, in that moment of inadequacy, something extraordinary happens. You realize that, though the natural world dwarfs you physically, it cannot defeat you inwardly. Your ability to think the infinite, even if you cannot grasp it, reveals a power within you greater than nature's force. This paradox lies at the heart of the sublime. It humbles the body, but exalts the mind. It destroys confidence in what we can perceive, but strengthens confidence in what we can conceive. Kant divided the sublime into two kinds, the mathematical sublime and the dynamical sublime. The first arises before immensity, mountains, galaxies, or the idea of infinity itself. The second arises before overwhelming power, storms, earthquakes, or the sheer might of nature. In both cases, our senses fail us. We cannot measure infinity. We cannot resist nature's force. But reason steps in and reminds us, though we are finite, we belong to something that is not. The sublime is thus both unsettling and liberating. It reveals the limits of human perception. but also the limitless capacity of human reason. You may feel small before the stars, but the very awareness of your smallness is an act of greatness. To recognize vastness is to stand outside it, to transcend it in thought. The stars may burn for billions of years, but they cannot reflect on themselves. You can. And in that self-awareness lies a kind of moral and intellectual sovereignty that no physical magnitude can diminish. Kant saw this as one of the highest experiences available to the human mind, a bridge between nature and morality. The sublime stirs us not because it is pleasant, but because it awakens a sense of inner freedom. In the face of immensity or danger, our physical selves may falter, but our rational selves remain untouched. The storm may terrify, but it cannot command the will. The mountain may dwarf the body, but it cannot measure the mind. The sublime shows us that the source of true power is not outside us, but within, the ability to reason, to stand firm in the face of what overwhelms. This is why Kant connected the sublime with moral strength. When you experience awe, when you feel that shiver of insignificance before something vast, you are also reminded that you are not just a creature of sensation, you are a being of reason and will. The feeling of the sublime mirrors the moral struggle, the confrontation with fear, temptation, and despair. In both you sense your limits, and yet in that awareness you discover dignity. He described this transformation beautifully. At first, the sublime seems to violate the purpose of our faculties, but soon it arouses our strength to feel equal to its supersensible vocation. In simpler terms, the sublime breaks us open only to remind us that we were never merely physical beings. We are capable of imagining the infinite, enduring what seems unbearable, and standing before the unknown without surrendering to it. The experience is almost spiritual, though Kant rooted it in reason rather than religion. The sublime doesn't reveal God. It reveals the moral dimension within humanity itself. It's the mind's way of glimpsing its own freedom through the mirror of nature's vastness. When you watch lightning tear the sky or waves shatter against cliffs, you feel both terror and triumph. Terror at nature's indifference, triumph that you can witness it, comprehend it, and remain intact. This balance between humility and exaltation gives the sublime its haunting character. It's a reminder that meaning isn't found in comfort, but in confrontation. To feel the sublime is to stand at the edge of comprehension and not turn away. It's to face what is beyond you and recognize that thought itself can stretch toward infinity, even when understanding cannot. And yet, there's a quiet tenderness in the sublime as well. After the thunder fades and the stars return to stillness, something lingers, a serenity born not of ignorance, but of acceptance. The storm revealed the limits of your control, and in that realization, you've glimpsed peace. You understand that you are part of something vast, but also distinct from it. You belong to both nature and reason, to the world that overwhelms you and the faculty that interprets it. Kant believed this feeling transforms fear into reverence. The same ocean that once frightened you becomes beautiful again, but now with depth. The same mountains that dwarfed you now lift your thoughts upward. The sublime does not tame nature. It reconciles you with it. It teaches you to find freedom not in mastery but in awe. Perhaps this is why the experience of the sublime feels timeless. It reminds us that reason itself has a moral destiny to rise above the merely empirical, to seek what cannot be seen, to feel at home in the infinite. The sublime does not give us knowledge, but it gives us something just as precious: perspective. It reorders the scale of things, showing us that the greatness of the human spirit lies not in power, but in awareness. So when you next stand before the vast or the terrible, the crashing sea, the endless sky, the silence of a desert night, let yourself feel both the smallness and the strength that coexist within you. Let the mind tremble and then steady itself, remembering that it is part of something greater and yet capable of imagining beyond it. In the sublime, you are both witness and participant. You stand on the boundary between fear and freedom, the finite and the infinite. And in that trembling balance, you find what Kant believed was one of the highest truths of reason, that the grandeur of the universe is mirrored, not in its scale, but in the depth of the human mind that can contemplate it. The aesthetic bridge, when art becomes philosophy. A dimly lit gallery, the hush of footsteps on polished floors. Before you, a painting, the kind that silences thought. Perhaps it's the curve of light along a distant hill, the shadow of a figure caught between motion and stillness, or a face that seems to hold the weight of centuries. You can't explain why it moves you. There's no moral lesson here, no logical argument, yet something in it feels true. In that quiet moment, as you stand between form and feeling, beauty and understanding, you're experiencing what Kant called the aesthetic bridge, the place where art and philosophy meet. Kant believed that art, like beauty, reveals something profound about the way the human mind relates to the world. In his critique of judgment, he explored how aesthetic experience, our encounter with beauty and art, forms a link between the two great domains of his philosophy, nature and freedom. Nature, governed by necessity, obeys laws. Freedom, the realm of morality, obeys reason. But art lives in between. It's where the law-bound world of appearances touches the free world of spirit. To understand what this means, imagine an artist at work. Before them lies a blank canvas, pure possibility. Yet as they move, each brushstroke obeys the material limits of paint and space. Every color interacts according to natural law, light, pigment, proportion. But somehow, through those constraints, something free emerges. The artist doesn't merely copy nature, they give form to the invisible, translating thought, emotion, and reason into matter. This act of creation, Kant thought, mirrors the human condition itself, the reconciliation of necessity and freedom. Art, in his view, is not a diversion from philosophy. It's philosophy made visible, where reason seeks truth through concepts. Art seeks it through form. Both aim at understanding the world, but they travel different paths. The philosopher builds bridges of logic. The artist builds bridges of intuition. Yet both strive for the same thing, harmony between mind and world, between what we know and what we feel. Kant described this harmony as purposiveness without purpose. When we encounter great art, we sense order and intention, as if the work were designed for meaning, but it doesn't serve a practical goal. Its purpose is its own existence. We find ourselves contemplating it freely, letting imagination and understanding move together in rhythm. In this way, art becomes the highest expression of what it means to be human, to find meaning in form and freedom in order. But Kant's theory of art goes deeper than appreciation. He believed that the experience of beauty and the experience of moral freedom are intimately connected. When we stand before art, we experience what it means to think and feel at once, to be rational yet receptive, structured yet spontaneous. In this balance, we glimpse the same harmony that morality requires, the union of reason and will, duty and desire. Art, then, becomes a rehearsal for freedom. In its presence, we practice perceiving without wanting to possess, judging without coercing, loving without consuming. The beauty of a sculpture, the rhythm of a poem, or the symmetry of a cathedral all draw us toward a higher kind of seeing, one that respects form as much as feeling. This, Kant thought, trains the moral imagination. The aesthetic experience softens the heart without weakening the mind. Imagine, for instance, a piece of music that seems to suspend time. There are no words, no instructions, only sound. And yet, within that sound, you sense a structure, a coherence that mirrors thought itself. Kant called this the presentation of ideas through sense. Music doesn't speak in language, but it expresses something universal, the shape of freedom felt through rhythm, proportion, and tone. It is reason translated into sound, emotion structured by law. That's why Kant saw genius not as wild inspiration, but as nature working through the artist. Genius, he said, is the talent that gives the rule to art. It's the mysterious capacity to create works that feel both natural and transcendent, governed by no known rule, yet giving rise to rules for others. A great artist doesn't break the harmony of the world. they reveal a deeper one. Through them, the mind's free creativity meets the necessity of form, and the result is beauty. This harmony between freedom and order is what makes art more than decoration or entertainment. It's why great works endure. They remind us that reason and imagination are not enemies but partners in the search for meaning. The philosopher uses thought to make sense of the world. The artist uses form to show us that the world already has sense waiting to be perceived. In art, Kant saw an answer to a problem that haunted him throughout his work: how to connect the laws of nature with the moral freedom of human beings. The bridge, he realized, is aesthetic judgment. Beauty allows us to experience a unity between necessity and liberty, between the seen and the felt, between being and ought. When we perceive beauty, we feel that the world and the mind are aligned, even if only for a moment. And that fleeting harmony, he believed, points beyond aesthetics to the moral dimension of existence. Just as beauty unites understanding and imagination, morality unites reason and will. Both are forms of freedom guided by law, spontaneity structured by principle. The pleasure of beauty then becomes a kind of moral joy. It reminds us that order and freedom can coexist, that law can be loved, and that meaning can arise without domination. You can feel this when standing in a great cathedral. Its arches rise not just as engineering, but as expression, stone made to breathe. The symmetry comforts reason. The height lifts the soul. Or when listening to a symphony that swells and resolves, you sense both discipline and freedom, logic and flight. These experiences, Kant thought, are not distractions from philosophy. They are philosophy made felt. The aesthetic bridge, then, is more than metaphor. It's the path by which the human mind travels between the realm of what is and the realm of what ought to be. It connects knowledge and morality through the quiet miracle of form. It's the reason why art moves us, even when we can't explain why, because in its silent patterns, we recognize the structure of our own reason reflected back to us. Kant didn't write poems or paint, yet his philosophy of art captures what artists feel when they create and what audiences sense when they're touched by beauty. It's the feeling that something eternal has been momentarily revealed through the finite, that the infinite, though unreachable, can still be felt in the rhythm of color, sound, or word. So when you next stand before a painting or hear a piece of music that stirs something you can't quite name, don't rush to analyze it. Let it unfold. Let the mind rest in that delicate balance between thought and emotion. That stillness, that free play, is reason dancing with imagination, the world and the self briefly in tune. Kant might say that in such moments, we experience not just art, but the promise of harmony itself, the same harmony that binds knowledge to morality, understanding to freedom, humanity to the universe. Art is the reminder that meaning doesn't always need explanation. Sometimes it only needs to be seen, heard, or felt, and believed. The teleological mind, seeing purpose in chaos. Somewhere in the middle of every storm, there's a pattern we can't quite name, a shape that feels deliberate, though we can't prove it. You watch the wind bend the trees, the clouds twist into spirals, the rivers carve their patient paths through stone, and part of you whispers, there's meaning here. It's not reasoned, it's intuited, a quiet faith that the universe is not just motion, but direction, that everything somehow is moving towards something. Kant called this tendency teleological judgment, our mind's impulse to see purpose in nature, to read design in the unfolding of life. We do it almost instinctively. We see order in the orbit of planets, adaptation in the shape of wings, symmetry in the veins of a leaf. We assume without proof that the world behaves as if it were aiming at ends, not just drifting through causes. But Kant warned that this is not knowledge. It's reflection. Nature may not have intentions, yet our minds interpret it as though it does. This isn't delusion, but necessity. It's how reason navigates complexity. When the world appears chaotic, the mind seeks coherence. When chance seems absolute, thought looks for pattern. It's not proof of purpose. It's the condition for our ability to understand it all. He called this the teleological principle, the idea that we must view the living world as if its parts were arranged for a purpose, even though we cannot know that purpose objectively. In other words, the order we perceive in nature may not belong to nature itself. It may be the mirror of our own rational structure reflected upon it. The mind doesn't simply observe the world, it projects meaning onto it, searching for harmony even where none is guaranteed. Yet, Kant's view is not cynical. He didn't dismiss this impulse as illusion, but elevated it as a profound expression of reason's depth. The drive to find purpose in nature, he said, reveals something essential about the human condition. We are beings who cannot rest in chaos. We must interpret, connect, unify. Even when confronted with randomness, our intellect reaches beyond it, asking not only how things happen, but why. This is what separates understanding from wisdom. Understanding deals in causes, how one thing follows another. Wisdom looks for ends, what these movements might mean. And Kant saw in that search the faint outline of morality itself. Because to live morally is also to believe in purpose, to trust that actions matter, that effort is not swallowed by indifference. To see purpose in chaos is not naive. It's a creative act of reason. It's how we turn the world from a sequence of events into a story. And like all stories, it carries a question: who or what is the storyteller? Kant's answer was careful. He refused to say that the universe itself has purpose in any empirical sense. We cannot prove divine design from the beauty of nature. But we can, he said, view nature as if it were designed, and that as if is everything. It transforms observation into reflection, curiosity into reverence. It allows us to see the world not merely as mechanism, but as metaphor, an echo of reason in the vastness of being. Think of the way you watch a flock of birds move. As one, they trace invisible geometry across the sky, turning and dividing in perfect synchrony. You feel wonder not because you think a hidden hand is guiding them, but because their movement resonates with something inside you. It mirrors the structure of your own mind, your desire for order, your recognition of pattern, your longing for purpose. Kant believed that the natural world invites this kind of reflection. It is neither blind chaos nor divine blueprint. It is the stage upon which our reason practices meaning. The flower doesn't bloom for us, but we can see in its form the perfection of a concept, the elegance of structure, the silent harmony between necessity and beauty. In contemplating that harmony, we glimpse not the purpose of the flower, but the purpose of our own faculty of judgment. That's the hidden brilliance of Kant's thought. He shifts the mystery of purpose from the cosmos to consciousness. Meaning is not out there waiting to be found. It is within us, waiting to be recognized. The universe may not have intention, but the mind that contemplates it does. And through that contemplation, we give the world form. This view also reveals something delicate about human hope. Even when faced with destruction, with decay and apparent randomness, we continue to seek connection. We can look at a dying star and still find beauty in its light. We can watch the cycle of death and rebirth in nature and feel not despair but continuity. Kant would say that this is reason's quiet defiance, its refusal to surrender to absurdity. The teleological mind insists that even if the world has no predetermined goal, our awareness can give it one. But there's also humility in this realization. The patterns we perceive are not guarantees. They are gestures of thought, not truths of the universe. To see purpose in chaos is not to claim mastery over it, but to acknowledge our participation in it. We are not spectators of meaning. We are its co-creators. Kant saw this as the highest expression of reflective judgment, the ability to move between necessity and freedom, between what is and what might be. When we look at nature as if it were designed, we are exercising the same imagination that allows us to see moral law as if it were universal. Both acts require faith, not blind belief, but trust in reason's coherence, in the harmony between thought and world. In this sense, teleological judgment becomes more than a way of seeing nature. It becomes a way of living. It teaches us to find direction in uncertainty, to discern possibility in imperfection, The mind that seeks purpose in chaos is the same mind that seeks goodness in suffering, justice in confusion, meaning in the transient. It is not proof of design. It is an act of creation through understanding. Kant's philosophy, often described as austere, hides a deep tenderness here. To believe that reason must look for purpose is to believe that the human spirit cannot be content with emptiness. The stars may not speak, the seas may not intend, but we can listen and imagine their harmony. The moral life, too, begins from this capacity to see the world not as indifferent matter, but as a place where freedom and law can coexist, where order can arise from chaos through the power of reason. So the next time you watch a storm forming over the horizon, or trace the spirals of a seashell, or listen to the rhythm of your own breath, remember this: you are not just perceiving the world, you are participating in its meaning. You are enacting the teleological impulse that makes understanding possible. You are seeing through the eyes of reason, which cannot help but seek purpose, even in silence. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the universe doesn't need to be designed for it to feel sacred. Perhaps its sacredness comes from the way our minds meet it, from the fragile yet unbreakable dialogue between thought and world, chaos and order, question and meaning. In that meeting, Kant found the most human of truths, that we are creatures who think as if the world were meant to be understood, and in doing so, we make it so. The transcendental subject, the mind beyond experience. The world begins and ends at the border of perception. Everything you've ever known, the glow of morning light through a window, the sound of rain against the roof, the memory of someone's voice, exists only as it appears to consciousness. Yet you never see that consciousness itself. You can look outward endlessly, but you can never look behind your own seeing. The observer remains unseen. The light illuminates everything except itself. For Immanuel Kant, this unseen observer, the transcendental subject, is the most mysterious and essential element of human existence. It is not the person you know as you, not the personality with habits and history. It is something deeper, something that precedes every experience, the condition that makes experience possible at all. To understand this, imagine the mind not as a vessel that receives impressions from the world, but as a lens that shapes them. Every moment of perception is filtered through structures, space, time, causality, identity, that belong not to the world but to the perceiver. Through this lens, chaos becomes coherence, raw sensation becomes meaning. Yet the lens itself can never be seen directly, because it is the source of all seeing. It is what Kant called the transcendental unity of apperception, the silent I think that must accompany all thoughts, the pure consciousness that gathers scattered sensations into a single world. This I is not personal. It has no story, no color, no texture. It is not the ego that boasts, fears, or desires. It is the pure condition for the possibility of awareness, the ghostly center that holds the world together. Without it, perception would fragment into unconnected moments, and there would be no continuity, no memory, no sense of I am. Kant's insight here is both humbling and profound. It tells us that what we call reality is inseparable from the structure of consciousness. The world as we know it is not simply given, it is built by the mind's activity. We can never step outside ourselves to see what the world might be in itself, because we always see it through this invisible architecture. And yet, we cannot see that architecture either. The self that knows is forever hidden from itself. This creates a strange duality at the heart of being human. We are both the builders and the prisoners of experience. Everything we perceive comes through the mind's organizing principles, but those principles themselves are beyond our reach. The mind, in trying to know itself, is like a candle trying to illuminate its own flame. It reveals everything except the source of its light. Kant called this hidden center transcendental because it transcends all possible experience. It is not something we can observe, but something we must assume for observation to exist. The transcendental subject is not a part of the world. It is what allows the world to appear. It stands paradoxically, both within and beyond reality, as if consciousness were a horizon that can never be crossed, yet without which nothing can be seen. This idea shifts the entire axis of philosophy. Before Kant, many thinkers assumed that knowledge flowed one way from the world into the mind. Kant turned it around. He argued that the mind plays an active role in shaping the world of experience, space, time, causality. All these are not discoveries, but contributions. They are the scaffolding through which reality becomes intelligible. The transcendental subject is the architect of that scaffolding, the silent legislator of perception. And yet, it remains anonymous. You cannot say where it begins or ends. You cannot find it in the brain, nor name it in words. It is not the self that thinks, but the condition that allows thinking to happen. You could destroy every image, every thought, every trace of memory, and still, that bare awareness, the capacity to experience, would persist. It is the one constant untouched by content, yet impossible to grasp. In this way, Kant's philosophy edges into the mystical without abandoning reason. The transcendental subject is not divine, but it performs a divine function. It gives order to existence. It is the point where the finite meets the infinite, where human reason touches the threshold of the unknowable. You might say it's the place where consciousness stands between two worlds, the world of appearances which we can know, and the world of things in themselves which we never can. There's a quiet loneliness in this realization. We are sealed within the boundaries of perception, forever separated from the true nature of reality. Yet at the same time, there's a kind of majesty in it. Because even if we cannot know the world as it is, we can still know that we are the ones who make it appear as it does. The mind is not a passive mirror. It is an active creator, and that creative act happens continuously, in every moment of awareness, unseen and unending. This insight also transforms how we think about the self. The you that speaks, feels, and remembers is only one layer, a phenomenon among others. Beneath it lies the transcendental self, the unconditioned ground of awareness. You can never encounter it directly, but you live through it constantly. It is not who you think you are, but what allows thought itself to arise. You might catch a faint echo of this when you lose yourself in deep reflection or meditation. There comes a moment when the boundaries between subject and object blur, when the thinker and the thought feel inseparable. You are not observing the world, you are being the process of observation itself. In that quiet dissolution, you glimpse what Kant was describing, the pure condition of awareness, unbound by time, identity, or object. It's not something mystical in the religious sense, but something deeply human. The transcendental subject is the point where freedom begins. Because if the world of experience is shaped by the mind, then the mind is not merely a product of nature, it is the lawgiver of nature's appearance. And in that act of lawgiving lies autonomy. The same faculty that orders perception also orders morality. The same reason that constructs the world also constructs duty. The transcendental subject is, in a sense, the birthplace of both knowledge and ethics. Kant saw this as the ultimate dignity of human beings. We are not merely part of the mechanical order of nature. We are the ones through whom nature becomes intelligible. We live in the world, but we also carry the world within us. Our consciousness is both boundary and bridge, an invisible architecture through which reality passes into meaning. So when you close your eyes tonight, and the images of the day begin to fade, remember that what remains, the awareness that still observes, is something older and deeper than any thought. It is the same awareness that has shaped every sunrise you've ever seen, every word you've ever spoken, every dream you've ever dreamed. The world begins anew each time it passes through the prism of that unseen self. Kant's transcendental subject isn't a mystery to be solved. It's a condition to be felt. The silent witness within you that gives everything else its place. You can't find it in the mirror, but you can sense its presence in the simple act of noticing, of being aware that you are aware. It is the still point at the center of all experience, the quiet axis around which the universe turns. And though you may never see it, you are it. The unseen observer, the light behind all vision, the mind beyond experience. The antinomies of reason when logic fights itself. The night sky has a strange way of inviting contradiction. You look up and see stars, tiny points of light scattered across infinity. You tell yourself they go on forever, that there must be no edge, no boundary. But then, in another breath, you imagine an end, a wall, a frontier beyond which there is nothing. And instantly, the mind revolts. How could there be nothing? How could there be no beyond to that beyond? In this simple moment of wonder, your reason turns against itself. Kant called these conflicts antinomies, moments when the very faculty of reason, following its own laws, produces conclusions that directly oppose each other. They are the paradoxes that appear not because the world is contradictory, but because the mind that seeks to grasp it is. To understand why, Kant invites us to imagine reason as a voyager. Its nature is to seek totality, to understand not just parts of reality, but the whole of it. Reason doesn't want fragments. It wants the complete picture. It cannot bear the unfinished, the incomplete, but in trying to reach the ultimate, it leaves the safe harbor of experience and sails into the open sea of the unknowable. There, its instruments, logic and intuition, begin to fail. The very tools that make knowledge possible in the world of experience become sources of illusion beyond it. Kant identified several of these great collisions of thought, philosophical battles that reason cannot win because it is fighting itself. Each antinomy presents two sides, both seemingly logical, both mutually exclusive. For instance, the first says, the universe must have a beginning in time and be limited in space. The second insists, the universe cannot have a beginning, nor any limits, it must be infinite. Each side feels undeniable. If the universe had no beginning, how could infinite moments have already passed to reach now? But if it had a beginning, what came before? Where did time itself begin? Whichever way you turn, reason finds itself caught, like a snake circling its own tail. Another says, everything in the world is made of the simplest possible parts. But reason also argues, there can be no such simplest part, for every part must be divisible still further. To think of a final, indivisible element is to imagine an end to division, but to think of endless division is to imagine something that can never be completed. Both are unthinkable, and yet both are necessary for thought. Kant showed that the mind creates these paradoxes when it applies concepts meant for experience, space, time, causality, to the world as a whole, to things that can never be experienced. We can analyze events within time, but we cannot step outside time itself to watch it begin or end. We can understand causes within the world, but not the cause of the world itself. When we try, reason stretches beyond its proper boundaries and collapses into contradiction. It's a humbling discovery. The greatest faculty of the human mind, the one that builds science, mathematics, and philosophy, carries within it a self-destructive impulse, a longing to know what it cannot know. Kant called this the dialectic of pure reason, and he saw in it both danger and beauty. Danger, because it tempts us to mistake illusion for insight. Beauty, because it reveals the restless grandeur of human thought, the way our intellect keeps reaching beyond the finite, as if drawn toward the infinite, even while knowing it will never arrive. In this sense, the antinomies are not failures of reason, but revelations of its nature. They show that reason, like a flame, both illuminates and consumes. It cannot stop seeking totality, even though totality lies forever beyond the limits of knowledge. We are condemned and blessed to think of the whole, even when the whole cannot be experienced. Kant's brilliance was not to resolve these contradictions by choosing sides, but to dissolve them by redefining the battlefield. He realized that the antinomies arise only when we mistake the world as it appears for the world as it is in itself. The mind's categories, time, space, cause, apply only to phenomena, the realm of experience. When we extend them to the noumenal realm, the realm of things in themselves, we cross into illusion. The universe as a totality, he said, is not an object that can be known. It's an idea that guides understanding but can never be contained by it. This insight transforms the antinomies from philosophical dead ends into signposts. They mark the edges of human reason, the points where thinking encounters its own boundaries and begins to echo back upon itself. To reach an antinomy is to stand at the edge of the map where reason must acknowledge its limit. But in doing so, it also discovers its freedom, because to know that you cannot know everything is the beginning of wisdom. The mind, Kant said, is like an artist painting on a canvas that it can never see in full. It draws the outlines of the world, yet the edges of its own creation fade into shadow. The antinomies remind us that the picture we hold of reality is not reality itself. It is our translation of the infinite into the language of thought. There is something deeply moving in this vision. The antinomies are not puzzles to be solved. They are mirrors reflecting the dual nature of the human mind, finite yet oriented toward the infinite, bounded yet forever reaching beyond its boundaries. They are the moments when the mind confronts its own architecture and realizes that even its limits are meaningful. Kant saw in this confrontation a moral parallel. Just as reason must learn humility in the face of the unknowable, so too must the will learn humility in the face of the moral law. Both knowledge and morality require submission to limits. The scientist must accept that there are questions without answers. The moral agent must accept that there are duties without reward. True freedom in both cases lies in recognizing the boundary and choosing to act within it with integrity. The antinomies, then, are not obstacles to reason, but exercises for it. They force the mind to look at itself, to see how it constructs the world and where it overreaches. They remind us that wisdom is not the same as omniscience. To be wise is not to know all things, but to know where knowing ends. And yet, Kant's vision isn't despairing. The mind's limits do not diminish its grandeur. They define it. The fact that we can even conceive of the infinite, even sense the contradiction of beginnings and endings, reveals something transcendent within us. The capacity to reach beyond experience, even if only in thought, is itself a kind of freedom. It is reason's way of touching what it can never grasp. Perhaps this is why the night sky feels so full of meaning. When we stare into its depths, we don't just see stars, we feel the mind straining toward what lies beyond them. The same faculty that builds telescopes to measure distance also dreams of eternity. That tension, the pull between knowledge and mystery, is the essence of what it means to be human. Kant's antinomies don't silence reason. They tune it. They teach it to think with both precision and humility, to understand that its power lies not in conquering the unknown, but in coexisting with it. The contradictions of reason are not its downfall. They are its design. They are the proof that we are finite creatures capable of infinite thought. So when you find yourself standing before the unknown, before questions that seem to fold in on themselves, before mysteries that both beckon and resist, you are not lost. You are where Kant began, at the edge of reason, where thought meets its reflection, and where philosophy becomes wonder once again. The Copernican revolution of thought, when the mind became the center. The world once believed it was still. The earth stood at the center of creation, unmoving, unshaken, while the heavens turned around it in silent reverence. Then came Copernicus with a simple, devastating suggestion. Perhaps it is not the cosmos that revolves around us, but we who move within it. That single reversal transformed astronomy, faith, and philosophy. But centuries later, Immanuel Kant performed a revolution no less profound, one that took place not in the sky but in the human mind. He asked a question so subtle it almost sounds innocent. What if in philosophy we have been making the same mistake as those who believed the sun revolved around the earth? What if knowledge does not revolve around the world, but the world as we know it revolves around the structure of the mind? This was Kant's Copernican revolution of thought, and it changed philosophy forever. Before him, thinkers assumed that the mind must conform to objects, that the world imprints itself upon us, and we simply receive its image. But Kant inverted that relationship. He argued that objects, as we experience them, must conform to the mind's way of perceiving. We do not passively absorb the world. We construct it through the lens of our own faculties. It's not that the external world doesn't exist, it's that we never encounter it directly. What we perceive are appearances structured by the conditions of human cognition. Space and time are not features of reality itself. They are frameworks our minds impose, like the invisible coordinates of a map. The categories of understanding, cause, substance, quantity, relation, are not discovered in nature. They are the organizing principles through which the mind interprets what it senses. Imagine standing in a dark room with a lantern. The light doesn't reveal reality as it is. It reveals only what falls within its circle. Outside that circle, things remain unseen, not because they don't exist, but because they lie beyond the range of illumination. For Kant, consciousness is that lantern. It doesn't create the world, but it determines the conditions under which the world can appear. We are not passive observers of reality. We are participants in its unfolding. This idea unsettled both the rationalists and the empiricists of his time. The rationalists believed that knowledge could be built from pure reason, while the empiricists argued that it comes only from sensory experience. Kant revealed that both were incomplete. Experience without concepts, he said, is blind. Concepts without experience are empty. Knowledge arises only from their synthesis, when the raw material of sensation meets the organizing form of thought. In this sense, the mind is like an architect working with raw stone. The stone comes from the quarry of experience, but the design, the structure, the symmetry, the coherence comes from reason itself. Without the material, there is nothing to build. Without the design, there is no building at all. Kant's revolution was not about arrogance, but humility. He didn't claim that we create reality, only that we create its appearance as we perceive it. The thing in itself, the noumenon, remains beyond our reach. We live entirely within the realm of phenomena. The world is filtered through our faculties. And yet, within that limit, we find astonishing freedom. Because if knowledge depends on the structure of the mind, then certainty is not lost. It is grounded in us. We can know not the ultimate nature of things, but the universal laws of experience as they appear to all rational beings. That's why Kant compared his insight to Copernicus. Before Copernicus, astronomy could not explain why the planet's movements seemed inconsistent, sometimes appearing to move backward across the sky. The heavens looked irrational, because observers assumed the Earth stood still. Once the frame of reference shifted, everything made sense. Likewise, before Kant, philosophy struggled to explain how knowledge was possible. The world seemed contradictory because philosophers assumed that the mind revolved around it. But once Kant shifted the center, placing the mind at the axis of knowledge, the motion of thought became clear. This realization did more than explain perception. It redrew the map of existence. If reality as we know it is partly the product of the mind's structure, then we are not strangers in an alien universe. We are co-authors of experience. The world we inhabit is one written in the grammar of human reason, interpreted through the categories of our understanding. We are, in a sense, the translators of reality. And every act of perception is a translation, an invisible negotiation between what exists and how we are able to experience it. Yet Kant's revolution also carried a kind of existential melancholy, for it meant that the ultimate truth, the world as it is in itself, will forever elude us. We are trapped within the boundaries of perception, unable to pierce the veil of phenomena. The noumenal realm, he said, is unknowable, not because it is hidden by trickery, but because we are the kind of beings who can only see through the filter of appearance. The veil is not before our eyes, it is our eyes. And yet Kant found dignity in that limitation. To know the boundaries of reason is itself an act of reason. He saw in this humility not defeat, but the birth of philosophy's true maturity. Just as Copernicus freed humanity from the illusion of cosmic centrality, Kant freed the mind from the illusion of its passivity. We are not the center of the universe, but the center of experience. The stars no longer revolve around us, but the sky itself, as we know it, exists only through our perception of space and time. The Copernican revolution of thought thus transformed the question of knowledge from what is the world to how does the mind make a world possible. It taught that to understand reality, we must first understand the conditions under which reality appears to us. And in doing so, Kant quietly shifted the foundation of all philosophy. From that shift emerged new ways of seeing art, science, and morality. Science gained a stable foundation. The laws it discovers are not arbitrary, but reflect the necessary structure of experience itself. Art gained a deeper resonance. Beauty is not an external property, but a harmony between imagination and understanding. Morality found its grounding. Duty and freedom arise not from divine decree, but from reason's self-legislation. All of this, every moral choice, every aesthetic joy, every scientific truth, depends on that one subtle inversion that the mind does not revolve around the world, but the world as we know it revolves around the mind. And so the quiet power of Kant's revolution lies in its balance of humility and awe. We are not omniscient beings, but neither are we prisoners of ignorance. We live within a circle of light cast by consciousness itself, a light that cannot reach the infinite, but that still reveals a world rich enough to love, to question, and to understand. In that circle, we stand both small and infinite finite beings shaping an infinite horizon of meaning. The universe may not revolve around us, but in every act of perception, every question we ask, we bring it into form. The stars no longer turn for our sake, but we, through the miracle of thought, give them their place in the sky. The problem of other minds: can we know anyone at all? You walk through a crowded street at dusk. Faces blur by, each carrying its own private gravity, its own invisible world of thought and feeling. A woman pauses to read a message on her phone. Her expression flickers from curiosity to grief in a heartbeat. A child laughs at something unseen. A man stares absently at the horizon, as if listening to a voice only he can hear. For a moment, the city feels like a dream of mirrors, thousands of conscious worlds moving side by side, yet never touching. You see them, but you do not know them. And the question lingers, quietly unnerving. Can you ever truly know that any mind exists beyond your own? This question haunted philosophers long before Kant, but in his hands, it gained new depth. The problem of other minds is the unsettling realization that all you ever experience are appearances, your own perceptions, your own thoughts, your own sensations. You can see another person's body, hear their words, watch their gestures, but you never feel their consciousness. You can infer it, imagine it, even empathize with it, but you cannot experience it directly. Kant's philosophy makes this even more profound. He taught that we never know things as they are in themselves. We know only phenomena, the world as it appears through the lens of human cognition. This means that every person you meet, every conversation you have, exists for you only as an appearance within your consciousness. You do not encounter the other as they are, but as your mind renders them. The world of other minds is filtered, interpreted, and reshaped before you ever perceive it. It's an idea as isolating as it is illuminating, because if everything you know is mediated through your own faculties, then the interior lives of others remain forever hidden behind a veil. You might look into someone's eyes and think you see understanding, or love, or sadness, but what you see is not their mind itself, only the signs through which you interpret it. Kant did not claim this to be despairing. It was simply the structure of human experience. We live in a shared world, but only through representations. The noumenal realm, the world of things as they are, includes the consciousness of others, but it lies beyond direct access. Their inner lives are as unknowable to you as your own self is to them. Each mind exists like an island surrounded by an ocean of appearances. We can call across the water, but never truly cross it. And yet Kant didn't stop there. He believed that even if we cannot know another's inner life as we know our own, we can still recognize it. Our ability to reason, to act morally, to respond to beauty and truth, all suggest that others are not mere illusions, but beings who share the same rational structure as ourselves. The very fact that we communicate, that we expect truth from one another, that we hold each other accountable, depends on this implicit faith. He called this the idea of rational beings as ends in themselves. In his moral philosophy, it becomes the cornerstone of ethics. Treat every person not as a means to your own purpose, but as a being who possesses intrinsic worth. Even if you can never step inside another mind, you must act as though their inner world is as real and sacred as your own. Moral duty bridges the gap that knowledge cannot. Still, the mystery lingers. Every human encounter is a quiet act of interpretation, a reading of signals, tones, and gestures. The smile you see might mask sorrow. The silence you take for indifference might conceal thought. You might share a lifetime with someone and still never touch the hidden architecture of their consciousness. Even love, the most intimate attempt to know another, remains haunted by this distance. Kant's framework, though often described as coldly rational, carries a strange tenderness here. It accepts the limits of understanding, but finds dignity within them. The impossibility of perfect knowledge doesn't destroy connection. It gives it meaning, because every act of trust, every moment of empathy, every shared silence is a leap across that abyss. The bridge between minds is not built by certainty, but by faith in the humanity of the other. There's something quietly spiritual about this idea. Kant's philosophy is often remembered for its rigor, its logic, its boundaries, but beneath that formality lies an almost sacred recognition that each person you encounter is a world unto themselves, as unknowable and infinite as the universe. To treat another being ethically is not merely to follow a rule, it's to acknowledge that mystery, to respect the invisible depth behind every appearance. And perhaps that is what makes the problem of other minds both tragic and beautiful. You can never know another's consciousness as you know your own, but that very limitation creates the possibility of compassion. Because when knowledge fails, care begins. When certainty ends, responsibility begins. The impossibility of perfect understanding does not isolate us. It binds us in a shared vulnerability. We are all conscious beings navigating the same shadowed field of appearances, each trying to be seen and understood from within our private light. Kant would say that reason demands we believe in the existence of other minds, even if we cannot prove it. To deny them would be to unravel morality itself. The ethical life, in his view, begins from the recognition that you are not alone in the universe of thought, that there are other centers of awareness, other agents of freedom, other participants in the moral law. You cannot know their inner world, but you can honor its reality. You can act in ways that make mutual recognition possible. So when you look into another's eyes, what are you really seeing? A mirror? A mystery? A fragment of the same reason that gives rise to your own thoughts? Kant would say you are seeing the boundary of knowledge and the beginning of moral understanding. You are seeing the limit that defines the human condition, to live forever separated by consciousness, yet forever reaching toward connection. Perhaps that is what makes communication so miraculous. Every word you speak is a bridge of symbols cast into another's mind. You can never guarantee that it lands as you intended, but still, you speak. Still, you listen. Still, you reach. Every conversation, every shared moment, every act of empathy becomes a kind of quiet rebellion against the solitude of consciousness. And maybe that's the paradox Kant left for us to contemplate, that the very structure of reason, which makes us separate, also gives us the means to find one another. We cannot know another mind, but we can recognize its reflection in our own capacity for thought, for morality, for wonder. We can see in others the same spark that animates our own awareness. So when you walk through the crowded street again, look closely. Every passing face is a mystery as deep as your own. Each carries a universe you will never enter, yet that universes coexist with yours, moment by moment. You may never pierce the veil, but perhaps you don't need to. The miracle is not that we are separate, but that, despite it, we still reach across the distance. We still smile, speak, trust, and love. Kant's answer to the problem of other minds is not resolution, but reverence. To live among other rational beings is to dwell among mysteries, and to treat those mysteries with dignity is what makes us human. The moral universe, acting as if the world were just. Night settles over a quiet city. In a dim apartment window, a man finds a lost wallet on the floor of a subway train. Inside, money, cards, an address. No one saw him pick it up. No one would know if he kept it. The room is silent but for the ticking of a clock. He feels the weight of choice press upon him, an invisible tension between what is easy and what is right. In that still moment, something unseen stirs within him, not fear of punishment, not hope for reward, something deeper. A voice that seems to rise from reason itself, whispering not what will happen if he acts, but what ought to happen. For Kant, this moment is the essence of moral life. It is the recognition that morality does not come from consequence or feeling, but from duty, from the quiet command of reason that speaks through the moral law. The world outside may not be fair, but within us reason demands that we act as if it were. We are to live, he said, as though the universe were a moral order where goodness has meaning even when it goes unseen. Kant called this the moral universe, not because he believed the world was inherently just, but because moral reason obliges us to act as if it were. He understood how easily the mind could fall into despair when goodness seems unrewarded and evil thrives. Yet he insisted that morality cannot depend on outcomes. Its worth lies not in what it achieves, but in what it expresses, the will aligned with duty, the commitment to do what is right simply because it is right. This is the heart of Kant's categorical imperative, his most famous idea. Act only according to that maxim, by which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. In other words, before you act, imagine your choice written into the fabric of reality, an eternal rule followed by all rational beings. Could you will to live in such a world? If not, your act contradicts the very principle of moral reason. The moral universe is built not by divine decree, but by the law of universality that every rational being carries within. It's a breathtakingly demanding idea. It asks you to rise above instinct, self-interest, and circumstance, to look at your choices not through the lens of benefit, but through the lens of principle. When you tell the truth, even when lying would be easier, when you keep a promise, even when no one will know, you are not merely following a rule. You are affirming the dignity of reason itself. You are acting as if the world were just, and in that act, you help make it so. Kant knew that the world is often indifferent to virtue. The good suffer, the wicked prosper. But he believed that moral action finds its meaning not in how the world responds, but in how the rational will creates order within it. To live morally is to bring reason into a realm of chaos, to impose meaning where none is guaranteed. You do not wait for the world to be just before acting justly. You act justly so that the world can begin to resemble justice. And yet there is something quietly heroic in this moral vision. It demands no miracles, no divine intervention, no promise of reward. It asks only that you honor the law within, the same law that, Kant said, fills the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe. The moral law within and the starry heavens above both reflect a kind of order, one in the cosmos, the other in consciousness. The stars obey natural law, the mind, moral law. One is necessity, the other, freedom. Freedom for Kant is not the power to do whatever you wish. It is the power to act from reason rather than desire. When you follow duty not because of fear, pleasure, or convenience, but because your rational nature commands it, you become free in the truest sense. You cease to be a creature of impulse and become a legislator of morality itself. In every moral act, the human being rises above nature and participates in what Kant called the kingdom of ends, a world in which every rational being is both subject and sovereign under the moral law. But the kingdom of ends is not a place, it's an idea, a horizon the moral will moves toward. It's the world as it ought to be, a world governed by respect, justice, and reason. To live morally, then, is to live as though that world were real. Even when injustice triumphs, you act as though it cannot. Even when cruelty is rewarded, you act as though goodness is its own justification. This as if becomes the lifeline of moral existence, the bridge between what is and what should be. Kant called this moral faith, not faith in what is seen, but in what must be believed if morality is to have meaning. We cannot prove that justice will prevail, but we must act as though it will. We cannot know that goodness will be rewarded, but we must act as though it deserves to be. This is not self-deception. It is the discipline of reason, refusing to surrender to despair. He wrote, "Two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe: the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me." The stars remind us of the vast, ordered beauty of nature. The moral law reminds us that even within this vastness, something free and sacred moves. The two mirror each other, one infinite in space, the other infinite in spirit. Both point to a universe that, whether or not it is just, calls us to act as if it were. There's a strange serenity in this view. It doesn't promise happiness. It promises meaning. It tells us that goodness is not a transaction with fate, but an act of self-legislation. Each moral choice becomes a declaration. I am part of a rational order, even if the world forgets it. Every time you resist temptation, every time you speak truth in darkness, every time you treat another not as an object but as an end, you reaffirm that invisible order. You create a fragment of the moral universe here, now in the world of appearances. In this light, Kant's philosophy becomes not cold, but luminous. It teaches that justice is not found in the fabric of the world, but woven through the will. The universe may not guarantee fairness, but your reason commands you to live as if it did. That as if transforms existence from a series of accidents into a field of moral purpose. And perhaps that is the quiet miracle of Kant's vision, that even in a universe indifferent to morality, the human spirit can still choose to be moral. The stars may follow necessity, but we can follow reason. The natural world may operate through cause and effect, but we can act through freedom and duty. To act as if the world were just is to create justice within the only place it can begin, the self. So when you face a choice that no one will see, when goodness seems futile and reason feels fragile, remember this: morality is not about certainty. It's about faith in reason itself. The world may not always reward the good, but by acting as if it should, you bring light into the darkness. You make the moral universe real, one choice at a time. The thing in itself, the unreachable real. Imagine waking from a dream so vivid it clings to you even after you open your eyes. The room looks familiar, the world feels solid, but a faint uncertainty lingers. What if this too is only another layer of appearance? You touch the table beside you, feel its texture, the grain of the wood beneath your fingers, the coolness of its surface. It feels undeniably real. And yet, beneath that certainty, a deeper question flickers. What is this thing as it truly is, apart from the way I perceive it? For Kant, that question marked the boundary of all human knowledge. He called the world as we experience it phenomenal, the realm of appearances, structured by the mind through space, time, and the categories of understanding. But behind that world, hidden beyond the reach of perception or thought, lies another dimension, the thing in itself, the ding and sick. It is the world as it exists independently of human cognition, the reality that gives rise to appearances, but is never itself given to experience. This is Kant's most haunting idea, and perhaps his most misunderstood. The thing in itself is not another world, some secret realm behind the curtain of sensation. It is not an object waiting to be found. It is reality stripped of the forms our minds impose upon it. The pure existence that cannot appear because appearance itself is our mode of seeing. The table you touch, the mountain you climb, the person you speak to, all are phenomena shaped by the conditions of human perception. What they are in themselves, beyond your consciousness, you can never know. This idea is both liberating and unsettling. It means that the universe is deeper than we can comprehend, that the world we inhabit is only the surface of a vast, unknowable sea. Every perception, every thought, every scientific law is like a reflection on that surface, accurate in its form, yet incomplete in its essence. We live within a beautifully ordered dream crafted by the architecture of our own reason. Kant's revolution was to recognize that knowledge is not a mirror of reality, but a construction. The mind does not passively receive the world, it shapes it. Space and time are not properties of the universe. They are the lenses through which we perceive it. Causality, quantity, identity. These are not external truths, but the categories of understanding that make experience possible. We can know only what fits within those categories, and nothing beyond. The thing in itself lies outside that framework, untouched by the conditions that define human knowledge. In this sense, Kant draws a quiet line across the cosmos, a horizon between what can be known and what can only be thought. Beyond that horizon, the thing in itself remains in shadow. You can sense it, perhaps even feel its presence in the mystery of existence, but you can never bring it into the light of understanding. To try is to overstep the limits of reason, to mistake the map for the territory. And yet the thing in itself is not irrelevant. It is the silent ground of everything we do know. Without it, there would be no appearances to perceive. The phenomenal world is the surface of a depth we cannot enter. The thing in itself is the condition of all conditions, the unseen source from which phenomena flow. In this way, Kant preserves both the humility of the human mind and the grandeur of reality itself. We do not possess truth, we participate in its unfolding. There's a strange beauty in this vision. The very limit of knowledge becomes a kind of invitation. The unknowable does not close the world, it opens it. Every mystery, every unanswered question, every gap in understanding becomes a doorway to transcendence. What we cannot grasp fully, we can still feel deeply. The thing in itself reminds us that reality is not exhausted by what reason can explain. There is always more, always something beyond thought, beyond form, beyond the reach of the senses. It's a thought that unsettles and comforts at once. To know that you cannot know everything is to accept your place within an infinite order. The world ceases to be a problem to be solved and becomes a presence to be encountered. Kant did not ask us to despair at our limits. He asked us to respect them. Knowledge, he said, must begin with experience, but it does not end there. Beyond the boundary of experience lies the realm of faith, morality, and freedom, the domains where reason, though blind, still reaches. The thing in itself is the silent companion to all human striving. Science, art, and philosophy each move within its shadow. The physicist, measuring the smallest particles, sees only patterns of behavior within space and time, never the thing that behaves. The artist, painting a landscape, captures not the essence of the mountain, but the way it appears to human feeling. Even the philosopher, analyzing thought itself, cannot step outside the mind to observe its foundation. The real, the thing in itself, remains the unreachable source of all that appears, the mystery that gives meaning to the visible. Kant's idea profoundly altered the direction of philosophy. It ended the dream of absolute knowledge, but in doing so, it safeguarded wonder. If reality were entirely knowable, if every secret could be mastered, existence would lose its depth. The veil between appearance and truth is what gives life its sacred tension, its balance between understanding and mystery. The human mind, Kant reminds us, was not built to see everything. It was built to seek, to question, to stand at the edge of the unknowable and feel awe. And yet, this boundary is not despair. It's the birthplace of freedom. Because if the phenomenal world follows laws of causality, the noumenal self, the self as thing in itself, belongs to a realm beyond those laws. Kant believed that our moral freedom arises precisely because we are more than appearances. As phenomena, we are part of nature's chain of causes. But as noumenal beings, we are capable of acting according to reason, of choosing duty over desire. The same barrier that separates us from full knowledge also grants us autonomy. Our ignorance of the ultimate makes possible our freedom within it. Perhaps that's the paradox Kant leaves us with, that reality's inaccessibility is what allows meaning to exist at all. If we could see the thing in itself, if we could strip away the veil and confront existence as it truly is, would it still hold beauty? Or does beauty live precisely in that distance, the shimmer between knowing and mystery, the dance between what appears and what remains forever hidden? So when you look at the world, the trees shifting in the wind, the light bending through glass, the silence between words, remember that you are always seeing through a lens. The world that greets your senses is real, but it is also translation, interpretation, reflection. The true world, the thing in itself, remains just beyond the reach of sight. But that doesn't make it absent, it makes it infinite. And maybe that's the quiet wisdom of Kant's vision, that the greatest truths are not the ones we grasp, but the ones that remain just out of reach. The world's mystery is not a problem to be solved. It is the condition of wonder itself. What lies beyond the boundary of experience is not nothingness, but the limitless possibility that there is always more to see, more to think, more to feel. The real is unreachable, and that is what makes it eternal. The duty to think, ethics of understanding. The candle burns low in a quiet study. A philosopher sits awake long past midnight, papers scattered like fallen leaves across the desk. Outside, the world sleeps, unaware of the silent revolutions taking shape within a single mind. He pauses, pen in hand, and whispers to himself a conviction that has guided all his work. To think is not a privilege but a duty. For Immanuel Kant, thought was not merely an instrument for discovery. It was a moral act, to refuse to think, to let others think for you, to drift through life guided by habit, authority, or emotion. This was not merely laziness. It was, in a quiet and dangerous way, immorality. Because reason, he believed, was the highest expression of human dignity. To think is to honor the very faculty that makes freedom possible. Kant's age was one of awakening. The Enlightenment had begun to unshackle the mind from superstition and blind obedience. But Kant saw that liberation from external authority was not enough. The deeper freedom, the moral freedom, required an inner awakening, the courage to use one's own understanding. His words in 1784 still ring with quiet urgency, "Saper dare to know." That, he said, is the motto of enlightenment. Thinking for Kant was not about cleverness or intellect. It was about responsibility. Every human being, simply by virtue of being rational, has the duty to examine, to question, to understand. To think critically is to participate in the moral life of reason itself. When we think, we don't just process information, we exercise autonomy. We act as self-legislators in the realm of understanding, refusing to surrender our judgment to custom or authority. This is why Kant linked the freedom of thought with the freedom of the will. To act morally, you must act according to a law you give yourself. To think freely, you must judge according to reason you cultivate within. Both demand the same courage to stand alone in the clarity of reason, even when the world prefers the comfort of darkness. But thinking, as Kant saw it, is not only a freedom, it is also a duty toward others, because our understanding shapes the moral and social world we share. To think carelessly is to risk spreading ignorance, prejudice, and harm. Every unexamined belief, every unchallenged assumption contributes to the fog that obscures human progress. For Kant, to use one's reason irresponsibly is to fail not only oneself, but humanity. He wrote that enlightenment is the emergence of humankind from its self-imposed immaturity. Immaturity, in his sense, is not ignorance of facts, It's dependence on others for guidance. It's the comfort of letting someone else decide what is true, what is good, what is worth believing. The priest, the politician, the teacher, even the scientist, each can become an idol if we stop thinking for ourselves. The duty to think means never surrendering that responsibility, no matter how persuasive or authoritative the voice that speaks. This duty is not arrogant. It is humble. It recognizes the limits of knowledge while honoring the capacity for understanding. Thinking well, Kant believed, means submitting one's own opinions to the tribunal of reason. It means testing ideas by universal principles, not personal bias. The thinker's first obligation is not to be right, but to be sincere, to follow the thread of logic wherever it leads, even when it threatens comfort or reputation. And yet, this kind of thinking is not cold or detached. Kant's moral reason is not the voice of calculation. It's the voice of conscience. It asks, not only what do I know, but what should I do? The ethics of understanding are inseparable from the ethics of will. When we think honestly, we do more than sharpen intellect. We cultivate virtue. Clarity of thought becomes a form of moral integrity. Kant often warned against the seductive ease of imitation. It is so convenient to be immature, he wrote, to have a book to serve as one's understanding, a spiritual advisor as one's conscience, a doctor to prescribe one's diet. But convenience is the enemy of freedom. The refusal to think is the quiet surrender of reason's sovereignty, and when reason falls silent, injustice thrives. The duty to think, then, is not only personal, it is political. A society that discourages thought, that rewards conformity and punishes doubt, is one that endangers its moral foundation. Kant believed that public reason, the open, honest use of understanding in the service of truth, is the lifeblood of civilization. When we think publicly, we test our ideas in the shared space of reason. We refine them not through obedience, but through dialogue. Still, there is something deeply solitary about this duty. True thinking begins in silence, in the stillness where the noise of imitation fades. It is there, in that quiet space between doubt and discovery, that reason becomes an act of faith, a faith not in dogma, but in the power of understanding itself. To think, for Kant, is to trust that reason has meaning, that truth exists, that the human mind, though finite, participates in something infinite. There is, in this vision, a kind of moral reverence. Kant's philosophy reminds us that the act of thinking is sacred, not because it grants certainty, but because it preserves dignity. To think is to resist manipulation, to stand upright before the demands of truth. It is the mind's version of moral courage, doing what is right even when it is difficult, even when it isolates you. And yet, thinking alone is not enough. The ethics of understanding demand that reason be shared. Enlightenment, Kant said, cannot be achieved by one individual. It requires a community of thinkers, each using their reason freely, yet respecting the reason of others. Thought becomes moral when it invites dialogue, when it seeks not domination but clarity. In this way, the duty to think becomes a bridge between solitude and solidarity, between the inner freedom of reflection and the shared freedom of truth. Kant's philosophy of duty can feel austere, but within it lies a deep humanity. He believed that reason is not a cold machine. It is the light of the moral law shining within every mind. When we think honestly, we are not just analyzing, we are participating in that light. Every act of clear thought becomes an act of respect for oneself and for all rational beings. So perhaps the duty to think begins not with grand theories, but with small moments of attention, the pause before repeating something unverified, the patience to question one's own certainty, the humility to listen, and the courage to doubt. These, for Kant, are not intellectual luxuries, they are moral acts. To think, then, is to live deliberately, to resist sleepwalking through the world of appearances, and to awaken to the deeper order of reason. It is to recognize that every thought carries ethical weight, that understanding itself is a form of justice. The moral universe begins not in laws or institutions, but in minds that dare to think freely. And perhaps, when the candle burns low and the night deepens, that is what remains, the quiet conviction that thinking well is its own kind of goodness. That reason, when used with honesty and care, becomes more than a tool. It becomes a way of honoring what is most human in us. The enlightenment within. Freedom as maturity of the mind. The dawn breaks slowly. A pale light spills over the rooftops of a silent city. For a moment, the world feels suspended between sleep and awakening, the air still heavy with dreams, yet trembling with the first notes of consciousness. In one of those rooms, a man opens a book and whispers a simple, electrifying phrase that would echo across centuries. Sapere o day, dare to know. For Kant, that phrase was not just a call to think, it was a call to become free. Enlightenment, he wrote, is humanity's emergence from its self-imposed immaturity, not an immaturity of age, but of the mind, the condition of letting others decide what is true, what is right, what is worth believing. It is the quiet dependency that hides beneath comfort, the willingness to obey instead of understanding, to conform instead of reasoning. But enlightenment, he insisted, is not a gift given to us by rulers, teachers, or institutions. It is a transformation that must happen within. It is the moment when the mind stands upright and walks on its own. The moment when the inner voice of reason, long drowned by the noise of authority and custom, speaks clearly and calmly, think for yourself. Kant wrote these words in 1784. In an age that worshipped progress, yet feared its consequences, the Enlightenment was reshaping science, politics, and art. But Kant's vision went deeper. True enlightenment, he said, was not about knowledge or innovation. It was about maturity. It was not the collection of facts, but the cultivation of courage, the moral strength to use one's reason without guidance. To be enlightened is to move from childhood to adulthood in the realm of thought. A child obeys because they must. An adult acts because they understand. For Kant, the great tragedy of humanity was that most people never make that transition. They remain in the safety of tutelage, allowing priests, kings, and experts to think for them, because freedom of thought demands something far harder than obedience: responsibility. He described it as self-incurred immaturity. The chains that bind the mind, he said, are not imposed from without. They are forged from within. Laziness and fear, those quiet adversaries of reason, make us prefer the comfort of dependence to the uncertainty of freedom. It is so convenient, he wrote, to be immature, to have others decide what to believe, what to value, what to hope for. But Kant believed that every rational being carries within them the potential to awaken. The spark of enlightenment lives in the faculty of reason itself, the capacity to judge, to question, to say no when the world demands yes. To be free is not to be unbounded. It is to be governed by the law of one's own reason. This, for Kant, was the deepest paradox of freedom. True autonomy is obedience, not to others, but to the voice of rational morality within. This inner awakening is both personal and collective. A single enlightened mind can begin a quiet revolution. Kant saw this happening in his own time, in scholars challenging dogma, in citizens daring to question kings, in scientists seeking truth beyond superstition. But he also warned that progress must be gradual. The mind cannot be forced into maturity, nor can societies be rushed into freedom. Enlightenment must unfold naturally, through education, dialogue, and the steady cultivation of courage. He distinguished between the private use of reason when we act within a specific role or institution, and the public use of reason when we speak as citizens of the world, as beings of reason addressing other beings of reason. It was the public use of reason, he believed, that would carry humanity forward. When thinkers, writers, and ordinary people dared to speak truth freely, guided by reason and respect, enlightenment becomes unstoppable. Yet Kant's idea was never merely political. His revolution was inward. The true battle for freedom, he said, is fought within the human mind, against ignorance, conformity, and fear. Every time you question a prejudice, examine a belief, or refuse to follow blindly, you participate in that revolution. Enlightenment is not an event in history. It is a state of awareness renewed in every generation. And that awareness is fragile. The temptation to surrender thought to authority never disappears. Even today, Kant's warning echoes. If I have a book that thinks for me, a priest that acts as my conscience, a physician that decides my diet, then I need not trouble myself. He could have been describing our own age, when convenience and distraction lull the mind into passivity. To be enlightened now, as then, is to resist the quiet hypnosis of comfort, to think even when it is tiring, to question even when it is unpopular. Kant believed that reason, once awakened, carries an ethical weight. To think freely is not only a right, it is a duty. Because freedom of thought shapes not just the individual, but the moral destiny of humanity. Each act of independent thinking is a small defiance against tyranny, a reaffirmation that truth must never be dictated, only discovered. And yet, enlightenment does not destroy faith or tradition. It purifies them. Kant did not call for rebellion, but for understanding. To be mature is not to reject authority, but to recognize when it has overstepped the limits of reason. Enlightenment tempers belief with inquiry, devotion with autonomy, obedience with judgment. It does not abolish order. It brings order into harmony with reason. The enlightenment within is not a light that blinds, but one that clarifies. It reveals that freedom is not the absence of rule, but the presence of thought. To be enlightened is to live deliberately, to see the world through the calm lens of reason rather than the flicker of impulse. It is to be guided by what Kant called the moral law within, that silent compass pointing toward truth and dignity. In a world full of noise, where opinions are mistaken for wisdom and certainty is mistaken for truth, Kant's message feels timeless. Think slowly, think clearly, think for yourself, but never only for yourself, because the freedom of the mind is inseparable from the freedom of all minds. Each time we reason honestly, we extend the light of understanding just a little further into the darkness that surrounds us. So perhaps enlightenment is not a grand awakening, but a quiet one. Not a moment of triumph, but of responsibility. It begins each time you ask, "Is this true?" Each time you resist repeating what you do not understand. Each time you pause before judging and let reason guide compassion. And maybe that is Kant's most enduring gift, the realization that the light we seek in the world is already within us. We need not wait for permission to think, nor for history to change before we awaken. The dawn of reason rises in each individual who dares to use their mind freely, to live thoughtfully, to act with dignity. Freedom, then, is not given. It is grown from the fragile seed of understanding, tended by courage and sustained by care. To be enlightened is to walk with that light inside you, even when the world remains dim, to live as if thought were sacred, to believe that the maturity of the mind is the beginning of all true freedom. The silence of the noumenon, accepting what we'll never know. Night falls softly on a quiet field. The stars appear one by one, their faint light threading through the cold air. You look up, feeling the vastness above, a space so endless it seems to fold upon itself. For a moment, you sense the magnitude of what you do not and cannot know. The silence that fills the space between thought and mystery is not empty. It feels alive, almost sacred. This is the silence Kant called the noumenon, the reality beyond all appearance, the realm that remains forever beyond the reach of the human mind. To stand before the noumenon is to stand before the unknown, not as something waiting to be solved, but as something that cannot be solved. The noumenal world in Kant's philosophy is not hidden because it is distant or concealed. It is hidden because of what we are. Our minds are bound to the structures of perception, space, time, and causality. These are not windows to truth, but the very lenses through which truth must pass before it reaches us. We never see the world as it is in itself. We see only the world as it appears through the framework of human understanding. Behind those appearances lies the noumenon, the thing in itself, the ultimate reality untouched by our senses or categories. It is not an object, nor a place, nor even a mystery in the ordinary sense. It is the sheer fact of being beyond comprehension. It is what remains when every image, every law, every concept is stripped away, the silent remainder of existence that thought can approach but never grasp. Kant's recognition of this limit was not an act of despair. It was an act of honesty. He did what few philosophers had the courage to do. He built a system that ends where the mind must end. He drew a boundary around knowledge, and in doing so, gave us back the grandeur of the unknown. The noumenon for Kant was not a failure of reason, but its completion, the point where thinking realizes its own finitude and bows before what cannot be thought. This insight might seem abstract, but it touches something deeply human. Every question we ask about the universe, about the self, about meaning, eventually reaches a wall. No matter how far we travel in knowledge, no matter how deep science peers into the structure of matter, or how far philosophy dives into the abyss of thought, there is always something that resists explanation. And Kant's answer to that resistance is neither frustration nor denial. It is acceptance. To accept the noumenon is not to give up inquiry. It is to recognize that mystery is part of truth. It is to understand that reason, in its highest form, includes humility. The silence of the noumenon is not the silence of absence. It is the silence of depth. Like the stillness beneath the surface of the ocean, it is the ground upon which all waves of understanding rise and fall. Kant's world is therefore not a cold, mechanical cage, but a living balance between knowing and not knowing. The phenomenal realm, the world of appearances, is the space of our activity, where science, art, and morality unfold. The noumenal realm, the world as it is in itself, reminds us that all our actions, thoughts, and experiences rest upon something greater, something unreachable but real. It is the background hum of existence that thought can never silence. In this light, the noumenon becomes almost spiritual, though Kant himself was cautious about calling it so. He did not fill the gap of ignorance with divinity, but he left room for reverence. The limits of reason, he wrote, make room for faith, not faith in dogma, but in the moral and intellectual integrity of the human spirit. We do not need to know everything to live meaningfully. We need only to know that there is something beyond knowing. This is perhaps the most enduring gift of Kant's philosophy, the realization that truth is not diminished by mystery. The fact that we cannot know the noumenon does not make the world less real. It makes it more profound. To know that there are boundaries to thought is to glimpse the horizon of meaning itself. The noumenon is the whisper that reminds us that reality exceeds our imagination, that existence is not confined to what reason can measure or describe. Think of how often the unknown terrifies us. We want certainty, control, mastery. But Kant suggests that the unknown is not an enemy to reason. It is its silent partner. Without the boundary of the noumenal, our knowledge would lose its direction, our curiosity its purpose. The mind's finitude gives value to its seeking. We are finite creatures reaching toward the infinite, and the beauty lies not in reaching it, but in the reaching itself. The silence of the noumenon is not an empty void. It is a mirror. When we look into it, we see our own condition reflected, the limits of perception, the fragility of certainty, the longing for absolute truth. It humbles us, but it also ennobles us. Because in acknowledging what we cannot know, we discover the scope of what we can know and the grace of living peacefully within that balance. Kant's vision of the noumenon is not one of hopelessness, but of harmony. He invites us to stop demanding that the world surrender its secrets and instead learn to dwell in respectful ignorance. To live as a rational being is to live between two realms, the illuminated field of appearances and the shadowed vastness beyond. We move between them constantly. Our actions shaped by what we know, our wonder shaped by what we never will. Perhaps this is why Kant's philosophy feels so serene. It does not chase the absolute. It listens for it. It does not claim to uncover ultimate truth. It honors its silence. The noumenon, in this sense, is not the end of inquiry. It is its beginning. It is the ever-retreating horizon that keeps us thinking, questioning, creating. The unknown does not close the circle of knowledge. It keeps it open, alive, and infinite. In the stillness of that acceptance, life itself gains new meaning. The stars no longer need to be conquered to be beautiful. The mysteries of consciousness no longer need to be solved to be sacred. The silence of the noumenon is the silence in which awe is born, the space where reason and reverence become one. So when you stand beneath the night sky and feel small, remember that smallness is not a flaw. It is the mark of reason encountering its own edge. You are a finite being looking toward an infinite real, a mind tracing the contours of the unknowable. That recognition is not defeat. It is wisdom. It is the mind's quiet bow before the majesty of what it will never fully comprehend. And in that bow lies peace, the acceptance that mystery endures, that reality transcends thought, and that silence, too, is a kind of knowledge. For in the end, Kant reminds us that reason's greatest act is not to explain the world, but to acknowledge that beyond all explanation, the world remains. The peace of reason, when knowing becomes stillness. The air is cold and silent in Königsberg. The streets are empty, and a single figure walks them with perfect regularity, every day at the same hour. His neighbors set their clocks by his passing, but tonight, the philosopher does not walk. His lamp burns low. His pen rests beside the pages of his final notes. Outside, the river lies still beneath a thin veil of fog. Inside, his thoughts settle into the quiet rhythm of completion. After a lifetime spent questioning, reasoning, drawing the boundaries of thought itself, Immanuel Kant has reached a kind of peace. The world remains mysterious, the noumenon silent, but his reason has found its harmony with that silence. This is what he called the peace of reason. Not the peace that comes from answers, but the peace that comes from understanding the limits of answers. It is the stillness that follows the storm of inquiry, when the mind recognizes that its greatest power is not to possess truth, but to dwell reverently in its presence. Kant's entire philosophy had been a journey toward this calm. He began with a question that burned at the center of all thought: what can I know? And through years of reflection, he arrived at a revelation that changed philosophy forever, that knowledge is not a mirror of reality, but a structure the mind itself creates. We see the world not as it is, but as it appears through the forms of human understanding. Beyond those forms lies the unknowable, the thing in itself, the realm of silence. For some, this realization would be unsettling. To know that we can never know the ultimate truth seems to rob the world of certainty. But for Kant, it brought serenity, because when reason recognizes its boundaries, it also recognizes its balance. The mind no longer strains to dominate the world, it learns to coexist with it. Knowledge ceases to be conquest and becomes contemplation. This quiet acceptance is not resignation. It is maturity. Reason, once restless, becomes patient. It no longer demands that the universe reveal itself entirely, because it understands that mystery is part of the order of things. To know what can be known and to respect what cannot, that is wisdom. And in that wisdom lies peace. Think of a mountain reflected in a still lake. The reflection is not the mountain itself, yet it is faithful in its own way, complete within its limits, beautiful precisely because it stops where the water ends. The mind's understanding of reality is like that reflection. It does not capture the world in itself, but it gives us a world of harmony and form. The mountain remains beyond reach, but its image, mirrored in the lake of reason, is enough. Kant's peace of reason arises from this balance between knowing and not knowing. It is the calm of a mind that has mapped its terrain and no longer confuses the horizon for the destination. Philosophy for him was not about building towers of speculation that reach into the clouds. It was about clearing the ground so that reason could stand firmly, aware of its own foundation. In this stillness, Kant found a moral lesson as well. The same reason that draws boundaries in thought also draws boundaries in action. Just as we cannot know the thing in itself, we cannot control the ultimate consequences of our deeds, but we can control our intentions. We can live by principles that reflect the moral law within, even when the world around us seems chaotic or unjust. Moral peace, like intellectual peace, comes from accepting that our duty is to act rightly, not to guarantee outcomes. This is why Kant's philosophy feels both rigorous and deeply humane. It begins with epistemology, but ends with ethics. He teaches that the serenity of reason is not indifference, it is integrity. It is the kind of calm that arises when the will aligns with the moral law, when understanding aligns with humility. He once said that two things fill the mind with awe: the starry heavens above and the moral law within. The heavens represent the vastness of the phenomenal world, governed by necessity, by the regularity of nature's laws. The moral law represents the inner world of freedom, the realm of reason's autonomy. To feel both at once, to sense the immensity of the cosmos and the quiet authority of conscience, is to feel at peace within the order of existence. Kant's peace of reason is, in this sense, a form of reconciliation. It reconciles the mind with its limits, freedom with law, humanity with the infinite. It tells us that meaning does not vanish in the face of the unknowable. It deepens there. The mind, instead of fighting against mystery, learns to rest within it, the way the stars rest within the night. This peace is not passive. It is the tranquility of disciplined understanding, the stillness after effort, the calm after clarity. It is what happens when thought stops running in circles and begins to listen. The restless intellect that once sought to master everything discovers a higher mastery, the ability to be still without being ignorant, humble without being defeated. Kant's entire life embodied this discipline. His days followed a rhythm as precise as his reasoning. Every walk, every lecture, every line of his critiques was part of a larger order, the steady heartbeat of a mind seeking clarity in all things. And yet, at the end of that long pursuit, he did not claim to have captured truth. Instead, he showed us how to live alongside it with dignity. The greatest triumph of reason, he seemed to say, is to know when to stop demanding and start beholding. Perhaps that is why his later writings grew gentler, quieter. He had built his philosophy not to dominate thought, but to calm it. His work was not the roar of certainty, but the hush of understanding, the sound of the mind settling into its natural rhythm, like a pendulum finding stillness after long motion. And so, the peace of reason is not the absence of curiosity. It is its fulfillment. It is the moment when inquiry becomes contemplation, when knowledge turns into reverence. It is when the boundaries of thought, instead of feeling like walls, begin to feel like the shape of a home. To reach this peace is to see the world as Kant did at the end of his life, not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a harmony to be perceived. The stars still wheel above, the moral law still whispers within, and reason, finite yet luminous, rests between them, quiet and awake. The human mind does not conquer reality. It learns to reflect it faithfully, to honor it in its mystery. And when all the arguments are written, when the books are closed, and the candle burns low, what remains is this stillness, a stillness born not of ignorance, but of understanding. The peace of reason is the calm after the storm of philosophy, the silence that follows comprehension, the knowing that no longer needs to know. So if the universe remains silent, it is not because it withholds its truth, but because it speaks in stillness, and reason, when it matures, learns to listen. And so we come to the edge of reason, the place where thought can go no further, and silence begins to speak. Kant built his philosophy like a cathedral of logic, each idea a stone laid carefully against the unknown. He taught us that the world we see is shaped not only by what exists, but by the mind that perceives it. That truth and illusion are not enemies, but reflections of the same light, through different eyes. And maybe that's the gentlest wisdom of all, that certainty is not a destination, but a horizon we approach endlessly, guided by thought, humbled by mystery. Thank you for journeying through these ideas tonight, for listening, questioning, and wondering alongside them. If this exploration left you thinking differently about what it means to know, to feel, or to be, subscribe, like the video, and share the thought that stayed with you long after the sound fades. And as the night deepens, let your mind rest, not in answers but in the quiet beauty of the questions themselves.